I didn't have this set up for this, but let me hold on 1 second. Yeah, so whenever you want, Renee, I could just start.
You're
start.
live.
Right.
You're live.
Hey, welcome everyone to RoboCon. This is the pre-show. We're just going to go over a few quick things before we start the day officially. We have Renee joining us. I'm going to go over a quick overview of GatherTown so you can get the most out of this event. So if you're not in GatherTown, we highly recommend you do head on over to GatherTown. This is where all the community activity takes place. It's where you can interact with all your fellow attendees, and they have a really cool space where you can go after the event to really have like a bear kind of virtual event. So you definitely want to check it out. So I'm going to pull Renee in really quick. We're just going to have a really quick overview of GatherTown before we start officially in about 6 minutes or so. So Renee, we're about to go live. Let's do it.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, Renee.
Hi. How are you there in the early morning?
Great. I'm trying to get my groove on. I have coffee. I never drink coffee, but I have coffee this morning. So hopefully I'm ready to go. I'm always excited about this event.
Okay. Yeah, me too. We had nice tutorials yesterday, and that weren't all fine. Technic word, totally new setup. So
good.
We also try to professionalize like you do. So and this year, hopefully a little bit more relaxed for me because Yuri, who you also see here in GatherTown. Yuri, can you wave briefly? Yeah. You may also say hello.
Hello.
So Yuri modernized GatherTown this time. Wait a second, Yuri. I will just click on follow. So if I'm clicking here and then say follow, I'm following you, Yuri. Maybe you want to show us. Yeah, it's funny when you follow each other, you're walking in a circle. We have again a game in GatherTown. Maybe you want to show us that game?
Yeah, this year we have a scavenger hunt. If you look at the videos, there will be some hints regarding one of the words. There are 2 words to be found
in the sponsor videos, right? So when we go into the break, we have sponsor videos of our RoboCon sponsors, and in between of these videos, there is something hidden, right?
Yes, and here you can see the information, and here you can submit that information if you have the correct words.
Nice. And maybe for those who don't know GatherTown, so you can walk around here, and let me see if I can find Gervin. Wait a second, where's Gervin? I mean, I can also look it up here on the site. Gervin. I can also search Gervin. There's Gervin. I can say locate on map. Okay, so Gervin is already in the conference hall. I think he wanted to watch the stream. No, he's here. No, he's not. He's in the conference hall. Let's go to the conference hall. Where's Gervin? I'm searching for Gervin. Gervin, hey.
Hey.
How are you?
Doing pretty good. I'm really curious to see what you cooked up as the opening, Renee.
Yeah, it already started, I think. Are you watching it already?
I did not.
You have to press X if you want to watch it here in the room. So just hit the X button, and then it should open a YouTube player.
There you go.
There you go. And you have the Q&A on the side. Yeah, that's how it works. But as you see, once you're walking towards somebody, you can talk to the person, open your camera, just talk to nice people. Yeah. Anything else, Gervin, you want to say to the crowds? I think he's now watching the stream. Okay, now he blipped away. So let's look here, go out. Yeah, you can also explore this whole area. You see here our sponsors, our silver sponsors, for example, Testbench or Imbus, where I'm working for. There are things, interactable things on the screens. You can then press X, and you can see an external link, or here watch a video. And there are hidden things somewhere here in the map, so you have to search and interact with some things. For example, also BQA has also a riddle or something like this. And you can fill out. Oh, wait a second. I'm a little bit confused now because Yuri changed the map. We see again dancing people here. And you can also go take a shuttle to the selfie room, or wait a second. Welcome everyone. Stream has started. You can go to the main hall and watch us walking around. So that was just an announcement. For example, let's go to the selfie room. And we go up here and stand on stage. Let's make this. And now press Alt Z. So Joe, can you also press Z in GatherTown? And Yuri, you're maybe a little bit covering me. So now Z. Yay! So and now we can take a picture. Or also you have here, I think you have a picture button here. Yeah,
Renee,
there's
we have to get
take a
Renee,
photo.
we have to get started officially.
Wow, it's so fun. Okay. Then bye-bye, Yuri. See you later.
We'll be right back, Renee.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome everyone to RoboCon Online Conference 2025. I'm Joe Colantonio, founder of Test Guild. I'll be serving as your MC for today's event. Really excited about this event as always. I don't know if this is my third or fourth time hosting it, but every time I do, I always learn something new about robot framework. I love this community, really excited about today. So let's keep all the excitement going throughout the day, even though it's online. I know you had a fantastic on-site experience, but let's bring that same spirit to the online event and really make this a fun time for everyone. A lot of, hopefully, activity going on and a lot of communication with everyone within GatherTown. So it's great to have you all here today. Before we get started, though, I want to go over a few quick things so you get the most out of today's virtual event. The first one is if you have, community. So if you join the on-site event in Helsinki, we try to replicate that within GatherTown. So hopefully you're in GatherTown. GatherTown, you have little virtual avatars of yourself. You can run around, you can talk to your fellow attendees, you can interact with all our awesome sponsors, you can watch this video within GatherTown as well by going into the area for that. And there's a lot of stuff going on. So GatherTown is where the on-site kind of hallway tracks go on, where you can actually interact with all your fellow attendees. That's the first thing. So we really ask that you participate that way, number one. Number two, if you have questions for our speakers, we'll be using Slido. So we'll have Slido up and running, and you can ask questions to the speakers. So after the speaker's session is done, we bring them in for live Q&A, where you can then ask them all your questions. So make sure to take advantage of that. The Q&A time is very short, so we want to try to get as many questions in as possible. So when you're watching the sessions, we highly recommend you submit your question. So when we do go live for the live Q&A, all the questions are ready to go, and we try to get through them as soon and as fast as possible. All right, so once again, just like the RoboCon online event, we want to make this as interactive as possible. So we invite you to interact with us in the virtual event, just like you would at any other conference. So we really want to replicate that experience. And so to do that, the folks at RoboCon always awesome by pulling together an awesome virtual playground to connect and meet with each other, which is GatherTown. So if you haven't already, check out GatherTown. I highly recommend you do to get the most out of today and tomorrow for sure. All right, and if you don't know how to join RoboCon GatherTown, in your ticket, I know in mine, when I got my ticket, there was a link to the ticket you click on it, and then in there's a button called Enter RoboCon Online Gather button. Click on that ticket page, and you should be right in. So hopefully you don't have any issues with that. All right, there's also a few ways to actually view the live stream as well. So I don't know where you're viewing it now. So you can either view it on robocon.io, or the second way is in GatherTown. There's the RoboCon venue in the conference hall, where you can also have an option to watch the event. You just need to hit the X button. Click the X button to view the stream. Definitely check it out. Something to be aware of when you're in GatherTown, if you hear crosstalk, you can always move your seat to try to get away from anyone that may be talking. We just ask people to be aware that when you're near each other within the conference hall, that you don't have your basically your mic open. Just be aware of that. And I also want to start the day by thanking all our awesome sponsors. You can see them all down here. We have our platinum sponsor, Index 9. You're going to be hearing more about them soon. And also our gold sponsors down below and our silver sponsors up here. Really, they what help make this event happen every year. And we're really, really grateful for them. So definitely check them out in GatherTown. Give them a round of applause. So thank you, sponsors. Really appreciate you. Also, I want to thank the folks at the RoboCon committee and all the speakers online for the RoboCon venue. They're all here to answer your questions in GatherTown. Renee's very helpful. I know he's very busy, but there's all other people from RoboCon committee as well on there that you can chat with. Also, we're going to have a speaker lounge. So after each session's over, I'll ask if they're going to go on the light or dark side. And that way you can ask speakers follow-up questions if for some reason you weren't able to get your question in. All right, I'm going to pull Renee in really quick. We're going to go over really quick some features of GatherTown before we start the day officially. Well, it is official right now, but we're going to pull in with our first keynote, our first opening, grand opening before. I just want to pull Renee in just to get a full few words of wisdom and maybe go over GatherTown one more time. All right, Renee, we're about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Renee, welcome to RoboCon.
Hey, Joe. Hi. Can you hear me good?
Yes, very good.
Good. Yeah, regarding GatherTown, I think you already said a lot how it works. You can contact people. For example, if I want to talk with you, I can say here request to lead, and then you can accept that. If you have, I think you have to turn around to your GatherTown person, and then you can come to me. The most important thing is you can talk with people. You can join a group of foreign people. You can visit discussions. We will definitely also have a fun activity in the evening where we do some geoguessing or some other games. Yuri has also prepared some other games. If you do not want to get disturbed, there's always on the lower left side a turn on quiet mode situation, and then you will not hear anything. So you see, as people are coming around here, we can approach them, we can talk to them. And so if they are interested in talking. So yeah, that's basically how it works. And if you go all up, so maybe I do an announcement again. Hey folks, the stream has started. You can follow me up in the main hall. And so you go just here up, pass our awesome sponsors, and go to the conference hall and join the first talk basically from Mika. I think he will talk a little bit about our association. So let's join the group here and take a seat and press X to actually watch the stream. Yeah, on the right side, maybe on the right side, you see here, these are the Q&As where you can ask questions to the speakers. Yeah, on my screen. Sorry, not on Joe's. But if you show my camera big, can you do that, Joe? Yeah. And so if you join the stream on the right side, you see here the Q&A. So you can ask questions here if you click the ask. So, hi, Mika, how are you? And then send it back, and Joe can then put it up on screen afterwards. So yeah, that's basically everything from my side regarding GatherTown. Yuri told something about the scavenger hunt. You will find it if you explore GatherTown, and that's all from my side. And I think we can go to Mika.
Sounds good. Thank you again, Renee. Appreciate you, and we'll see you soon. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Awesome stuff. All right, so let's kick the day off officially with our grand opening. We have Mika ready to go. All right, Mika, let's do this. Hey, Mika, welcome to RoboCon.
Thank you, Joe. Great to be here again, and what a pleasure to have you as a host. Again, it's always really good stuff that we are cooking up during the conference.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like I said, I really do love this event. I love this community, so I'm always excited to hear everyone, all the grand, all the awesome new innovations in robot framework. So it's always exciting for me as well.
Great. Hey,
So,
let's get going with
all
the
right, let's do it.
show. And I think Rene, let's hit it. Thank you. So, my name is Miikka Solmela, and I'm the Executive Director of the Robot Framework Foundation. And I want to welcome each and every one of you to our 8th annual Robot Framework Conference. And this year, we also have a team. So this team connects us to our roots in Finland, as Robot Framework is originally from Finland. Moreover, I'm a Finn, so I'm a big fan of the team, and you will also find some elements of the team in Cattertown sprinkled, for example, in the form of the scavenger hunt. But the team is from Finland with love, and it's all about the story of how we have grown from local to global. So, this is a team where we have a special celebration as well in the build. So, as Robot Framework is from Finland, we are also celebrating 20 years of Robot Framework and 10 years of the Robot Framework Foundation. And this is a really, really nice gathering, and I hope everyone will get most out of it. Some of the old-time users may recognize this old logo there. We have come a long way since those days. So obviously, Robot Framework has had many, many releases over the years, and the Robot Framework Foundation has also grown significantly in the 10 years. But what actually is the Robot Framework Foundation, and what is our story? Let's dive into that. So, Robot Framework has been around for a long time. It was originally developed at Nokia as an internal tool. It was open sourced back in 2008. Something drastic happened 2013-14. So Nokia decided to drop the development of Robot Framework internally. And it could have been the end of Robot Framework as we know it. However, an unlikely alliance rose to the occasion. That today we know that they formed this alliance we call Robot Framework Foundation. What is more spectacular about this, these companies were rival companies, but they saw the value of Robot Framework and came together. And today, we have 80 companies from 13 different countries. But at the beginning, the budget was very small, something around 10K a year. There was barely money to make some bug release fixes and so forth. And the story continues. So 2018, we had our first conference. That was really something remarkable. So that was really the starting point of the internationalization with the Robot Framework Foundation. So the starting point to become from local to global. And as the story has evolved over the years, the foundation and the Robot Framework has continued to evolve. And today, Robot Framework is more about than just the maintenance and development. But we do so much more. So, Rena, please, the next slide. Thank you. So, what do we actually do in practice? So, we develop and maintain Robot Framework, obviously, but we also develop and support the Robot Framework ecosystem and community. We are a Finnish non-profit association, and we operate in a democratic way where all members are equal and each member has one vote. So members can use their influence in the association meetings, where, among other things, they use their influence to vet and approve the action plan. And this action plan marks the main initiatives and goals for every year which board of directors together with me oversees and implements throughout the year. So we also form work groups among these major initiatives where all community members are welcome. And we also listen very closely any needs related to Robot Framework roadmap and possible new feature ideas. Besides, the foundation offers some tangible benefits to our members, such as discounted and free RoboCon tickets, discounted certificates, marketing and visibility. But the main benefit you already have, and that is to maintain and further develop Robot Framework with brand new releases every year. So I ask, please join our story. So, join the foundation. Go to your manager, or if you are the manager, go to follow this QR code to our website, robotframework.org/foundation. Join the movement. You will find more information through the link, through the QR code, and make sure that you give back to the community, to the tool you are using. What do we stand for then? We stand for democracy. We stand for low hierarchy in our foundation and in our community. This is a democracy by doing. We stand for kindness. Helping out others and collaboration is in our core. We stand for humility. There are no rock stars in our community, just regular people like you and I. We stand for practicality. We make tangible things happen. So, drilling down a bit more what we do in practice. So, what have we achieved 2024 and what are the plans for 25? For example, we have a big announcement today. So Rene's gonna talk more about this in a bit, but we have made the Robot Framework Certified Professional Certificate. And that is out there. So please, each and every one of you get certified. If you are still not a pro, you can make a training. But Rena will talk about that soon. Another remarkable thing we are about to launch is the Ambassador Program. So Marcus Stahl from our board is going to talk about the Ambassador Program after Rene. Then we have our community leader, community member at Manlove talking about community. For example, in our Slack and forum, we do updates and better practices. Just last year in Slack, we included some moderation from the community to the community, and we continue evolving both throughout this year. And there are many other exciting things happening. For example, the Robot Framework manual, we hope to release this spring. So that is the old user guide in a new version of that. And we explore AI and Robot Framework together. And we hope to expand the certification scheme to add another certificate there, starting maybe this fall, and get even more activity in the ecosystem, more ecosystem projects than maintaining the current ones. So, again, I invite every one of you to join the movement. Together, we are Team Robot Framework. And this community that we have starts from each and every one of us. So, for example, during this RoboCon, please, let's connect. Let's talk to one another. Let's use Scattertown to build these connections, build these relationships. Because this is a really special time for us. This is the one time of the year where everybody gets together and we have this open communication through all the library developers, core development team, everybody in the community. So just be brave, connect to one another. And please do continue helping one another in the community. And for those who are looking for a little bit more, something extra to contribute with, please join the work groups. So those work groups helps us to meet our targets with our action plan with the Robot Framework Foundation. And yesterday, I made an announcement in our Slack, in the announcement channel, about the work groups. So please check it out and take action. I want you to be involved in our work groups. Let's make the next chapter of our story together. Now, I would like to welcome the chairman of the board, Rainer Ronen, to talk about the certifications. Thank you.
Welcome, Renee. I think you're on mute.
Oh no, yeah. So I didn't want to disturb Mika so much. So thank you again for having me here. I'm super happy to present you the Robot Framework Certified Professional Scheme. First, I want to briefly wait a second if I can manage that here. Show you how to get actually on Slack. So let's improvise a little bit. If you go to robotframework.org and you scroll down to the community section, you will see here a link about Slack. Click to invite, and then you are forwarded to an invite page where you then can sign up and become a member of the Robot Framework Foundation Slack. And in this Slack channel, you will then have different rooms. You will have, as Mika already mentioned, definitely have this announcement room. You can also add other channels. So there's a hashtag RoboCon channel. And in the hashtag RoboCon channel, you can also get kind of news or announcement about the RoboCon here. So that's definitely also a good way to go. So, but what I want to talk here now is the Robot Framework Certified Professional. So we got a longer demand from the community that they want to get some kind of an exam. They want to have the possibility to actually demonstrate to, for example, new employers or so, that they know Robot Framework well. There are some regions on Earth where certificates are more important than others. So we got different demands from all around the world. And so we started developing that. That took some years. So the first announcement, I think, or the first work group was formed, I think, 5 years ago or so. So we were searching for an exam provider that we could trust. We were searching for people who could actually be involved, writing a syllabus, coming up with a meaningful learning objectives, and so on. And we are now happy to announce that this is now officially there. You see this Robot Framework Certified Professional RFCP logo on the top right. And this you can use also in your avatar or wherever if you are officially certified. So this certification is made out of basically 3 components. We, on the one hand, have the Robot Framework Certified Professional Syllabus. So the syllabus is a page where we list or describe all the content that you should know to pass the exam, the knowledge that you should learn to call yourself a certified professional after the exam. This is the one thing I will show you in a minute. Then we have training providers. So if you either say, I don't want to read it all myself, or you say, okay, I'm fairly new to Robot Framework, didn't get all that stuff yet, I can work a little bit, or maybe you can't work with it, but just your boss told you, okay, you have to learn Robot Framework because we are using Robot Framework. You can book a training with one of these training providers. The training providers are typically service providers, foundation members that are active, that support Robot Framework actively, and they offer trainings. And then we have an independent exam provider. So the training providers are not allowed to take or to apply these exams or execute the exams. This is done by an independent exam provider that we also trust. I will also go through that one. So first of all, the Robot Framework syllabus. So you may scan the QR code here. You will also find it on the webpage cert.robotframework.org. So if you just go to this page, cert.robotframework.org, you will see our certification page. And one thing that you will see here is this syllabus. So the syllabus is structured into multiple chapters. First, like about the syllabus, what is the syllabus? What is a certified professional? What are the business outcomes? So the stuff that you should have learned once you're done. I can also zoom in a bit. And then we go through like, what about the learning objectives? And we, in every chapter or in most of the chapters, we have specific learning objectives in different levels. These are the so-called K levels or knowledge levels. So K1 means you have to recall stuff. You just have to know stuff that you can also recall. So I don't know what is an if statement or something like this, or what is a keyword. The K2 are things like to understand. So understand how to or maybe how the mechanics of a for loop is or so. That's more like understanding and being able to explain things. And K3 are then the stuff that you really should know how to do. So you should know the test case syntax. You should know how to write a keyword. You should know how to use keywords with different argument interfaces and so on. And these K levels, here's also information about the training providers, exam provider, and also the nice people that helped writing that exam and the syllabus. And let's go, for example, in, I don't know, chapter 2, keyword interface. You see here it's a K2. In chapter 2.5, keyword interface and documentation, understand the structure of keyword interfaces and how to interpret keyword documentation. So here it's important, you as a Robot Framework certified professional, you should know how to read keyword documentation. So here we have examples of keyword documentations. We have explained what this means with the star or the double star. So these are first the examples. And then we go into like what are keyword arguments, what are mandatory arguments, what are optional arguments, what are embedded arguments, positional or named arguments, variable number of positional, and so on. And every time you also have a K level because some are maybe a little bit more important, some are not. So I would strongly recommend, if you are an experienced Robot Framework user and you want to take this exam and you say, I use Robot Framework for years, still take the time to read through the syllabus, maybe cross-read it if you are confident that you know everything, because we had to define names. We had to define kind of a specific name for a specific argument type that may not have been before in the user guide because it was just described how it's work. When you have a star there was no specific name. But in an exam, we didn't name to have a precise question about something with a name. So I strongly recommend read these chapters through, go through the topics. The syllabus should be rich enough to also make a self-study. However, I can strongly recommend that you also take one of our trainings from the training providers. So if I go to the next page, so these are the people who wrote together with me the syllabus. So thank you there. We have these first 9 training providers. Not all are ready yet, but we have done a lot of accreditations. And how that works, sorry, I have to go away to Anchor here from the Netherlands. Don't want to cover that. So how it works, we have the syllabus, and these training providers have to create a training for it. They have to create training materials. They have to create exercises. They have to create demonstrations for these topics. And then we independently review that stuff. So on the one hand, other training providers plus one from the foundation go through these training materials and check if the training materials has a high quality, if the concept of the training has a high quality, if they have prepared high quality exercises for these topics, so that we can later say, okay, this training is so well prepared, it should be good in the end. However, this is not the end. So once the training material is accredited, they also need to have a trainer, and that trainer needs to pass the exam with more than 90% correct questions, which is not that easy. So they also have to therefore show that they have good people that actually know Robot Framework and pass the exam. And those training providers you also find on our cert.robotframework.org page. So if you go here at the top training providers, you can also scroll just down. And then now it's my part. So I'm from Germany. So I will pick maybe Germany as a location, and I will find 3 training providers. And then I can go through and read them and check what VAD has to offer, or Elabit has to offer, or the company I'm working for, Imbus, has to offer. And you can also say, I want to make an online exam, but I would like to have it in Dutch. So then you see, okay, these are the Dutch companies. Also, like we have Polish companies, and also you can take an online exam in English from most of those. So there are some people who are not giving it as online exam, but I think 5 out of 7 that are right now listed here give it in English. And then you can go, for example, here, go to the academy and then book an exam on a training provider of your choice. They are all good. Not only our company is good, so they are all good. I trust all of them that they make a fair good training. It's basically your choice who you want to select. Then maybe the next step would then be taking the exam. So of course, if you book a training, some training providers will directly sell you the training bundled with an exam if you want, or you can buy the exam on top. Some training provider offer you the possibility to take the exam directly after the training on site as a paper exam, which is nice because then you can make notes or strike through questions that you say or answer options that you say these are stupid, which is not that easy on a screen. But you can also take exams digitally. It's a proctored exam, so you need the screen camera, so your laptop camera, for example, active, but you also need a phone camera that is viewing you. So I would recommend take a meeting room, take yourself and only the laptop there. We really want to have high quality in this exam. GASC is a worldwide operating training provider. They are doing IRAP, ISTQB, A4Q, Selenium Tester, and so on, and now also Robot Framework exclusively. So if you get any Robot Framework called exam that is not made by GASC, which is the a software quality specialized training exam provider, then it would be a hoax. So that's fake. Only trust GASC. It is an exam which takes 60 minutes, or you have 60 minutes time. You don't have to take 60 minutes. 40 questions. Every question is 1 point. These are multiple choice questions where either one or multiple things are correct. There are no minus points. Every fully correct answer gives 1 point. You need to reach 65% correct questions answered. And as said, it's fully proctored, and you can book it on cert.robotframework.org or directly at GASC. As Mika already said, we are thinking about other certification schemes. So this is something that we want to do maybe in the future, to maybe develop something on a higher grade, like an engineer or something like this. But we are also searching for more training providers. So these 9 are the first training providers that volunteered last year also to contribute to the syllabus, to review that stuff, contribute to our contracts and so on. But we are also searching for new training providers. So if you are working for a company and you are saying, hey, we are doing other testing related trainings, we are a service provider, for example, and you are a member company of Robot Framework Association, then just contact Mika under executive.director@robotframework.org and approach them and say, okay, we are interested in becoming a training provider. If you're not yet a member of the Robot Framework Association, that would be a prerequisite. So join the Robot Framework Foundation and then also maybe talk about the requirements. You can also talk about the requirements before, but anyway, a good idea to join the Robot Framework Foundation. So that's basically it. It's I must say, fairly high effort to create this good training based on the syllabus. So kudos to all the training providers who went through this phase. I know it was a lot of work doing that. Yes, and that's basically it for me. If you are in Slack and you see people running around with with this logo here as a Slack emoji, those should only be people who are actually certified. So they have taken the exam, they have passed. You may ask them about the certificate, how it was, like how the technical setup was, or if they, I don't know, if they can tell you what was their experience. Please don't ask them about the questions. That is something that you should do yourself. But still, you can contact these people. Maybe they want to talk about it. You can also see the faces of them in the opening of the Helsinki talk, which you can access over robocon.io. That's from my side. I'm open for question afterwards. So if you have questions about the exam, just write them into Slido on the right side.
Yep.
And I'm now leading over to Marcus.
Thank you, Renee. We have a bunch of questions, but we're going to wait to the end. So in a few minutes, we'll be going over all the questions that everyone submits. So now, Marcus, we're about to go live. Let's do it. Welcome, Marcus.
All right. Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Joe. I would like to introduce the ambassador program, and I would like to introduce the ambassador program by telling a story about my last year. So if you could go over to the next slide, there are a few impressions of last year. So there have been a few events where peers from the community helped out and promoted Robot Framework, and I picked just a few of these because they are connected. So, for instance, Renee and Yanni went to the VTest Athens conference and held a workshop about the browser library. In late November, I joined Stavroula at the OpenConf, and we had a small table promoting Robot Framework, which has been very successful. And 2 weeks later, Gavin and I went to Athens again to talk about Robot Framework at the local Robot Framework community meetup organized by Nokia. So those were really cool opportunities where peers could go out and support local communities and talk about Robot Framework. However, this all worked because of Stavroula, obviously. I guess you all know her, and if you don't know, you do. And she knew people who could help out at these events. Now, maybe you don't all know Renee or me or these peers in the community, but maybe you have a local meetup, or maybe you have something where you may think, okay, maybe I could share this with someone from Robot Framework. For instance, there's a picture of a booth at a conference where you, as an example, where you as a company can share your booth with Robot Framework. And even if it's just a small table, you can put up a banner there, and maybe you want to invite somebody from Robot Framework over to help you out and answer questions and so on. And this is where the ambassador program comes in. So you don't have to rely on your direct contacts, but you can choose from a bunch of ambassadors. So there will be a website soonish, latest in April this year, where you can find ambassadors with a specialization in what country they're located at. Maybe the time zone could also be important for you, so that you can contact these people and ask, hey, I have this event, or I have this idea about promoting Robot Framework. Would you be willing to helping out? That's like one side of the ambassador program. The other side is we already do have a few ambassadors that will be listed on this website. And ambassadors basically are peers that have a record of being active in the community of Robot Framework in some way. So they're already going out on meetups, conferences, maybe having workshops, maybe moderating a forum or moderating a Slack channel or something. And we want to support them so that they have easier access or some support in doing these things. For instance, if you go to a meetup but you can't afford the train ticket or something, that you maybe get some funding. Obviously, we're not sponsoring holidays, but that you get some support and some appreciation for the efforts that you do. So the idea is, as an ambassador, you basically do what you always do. So promoting Robot Framework and engaging with the community, but pushing you a little bit to get some more support and appreciation for your efforts and your work. And if you would like to become an ambassador, so there is an application form that will also be published soon. If you want to become an ambassador before that, already before April, contact the people in Gathertown that have this dollar board, an appendix behind their name, or check out the Slack channel. So contact us in the Slack channel and apply as an ambassador. So there will be an evaluation period where we check your record if you have a record in Robot Framework or any other open source project, and where we work together with you and support you in to become an ambassador. And again, it doesn't have to be an outgoing position where you go out and have talks or workshops or something. Maybe something more home-based, like moderating a Slack channel or forum or something, would also be a role that you can fulfill. Or maybe writing blog posts or magazine articles or something. So the ambassador program is there to basically organize and connect the already ongoing activities within the community that are intrinsic motivated, and that's our way to support and appreciate all your efforts. So look out for the forum and the website soonish. There will be announcements everywhere. And if you want to join in earlier, then just talk to me or the other board members on GatherTown or Slack. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Marcus. All right, Ed, you're about to go live. Let's do it. Welcome, Ed. Ed, you're on mute.
On mute. I am
Yes.
now not on mute. How do I sound there?
Wonderful. Welcome.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. It is so great to be able to join you here once again at RoboCon. I am wanting to talk to you about our community. So if we look back, if you allow me, if I kind of go back a bit, I want to borrow some from our conference here in Helsinki. You'll see this was all of us at the end of the day, at the end of the conference, up on stage. And you'll notice there's actually a team shirt there. You saw Mika have his out. I've got mine here. If I pull it out, there's my name. We got these great team shirts here. Oh, somebody else there. Renee was popping up with his shirt. So we've got Team Robot Framework. And I want to kind of use that idea of teamwork here. And I want to actually I've got really one theme for you today, and one encouragement, if I can. If we think about this, I want to encourage you to kind of do one of two things. If we kind of move forward with the slides, it's join a team, form a team. This is kind of my theme for this year, is thinking about kind of joining in a team. I am really want to encourage everybody out in the community to start to kind of expand where you are with using Robot Framework, who you're working with. We're really looking for more and more people to contribute into the project. This is such a wide, there's a beauty in the fact that we are a large community. There's such a wide variety of things that you can go out and contribute. So if you start to think about all these different things, you might ask the question, what team can I join? There's a lot of different teams. We can, there's things such as all the libraries. You think about all the libraries out there. I've been going through the list of things in my head. I know I, as maintainer of the Selenium library, am looking for people to come join us on the Selenium library team. I know the browser library team, if you use the browser library, they're looking for people. I would love to have people go onto the into the database library. And if you really want to do some fireworks, you can go back and join the browser library team. So there's all these libraries. And what I encourage you to start to do is start to think about, well, what do I use within my work with Robot Framework? What am I using? What do I need to use in the day-to-day work? What are the kind of things that make it really easy to use, or what makes it difficult to use? And when you start to see those issues of, what's your need? Where's kind of an issue that's starting to kind of cause you problems? How can we improve this? Not only for you, but how can we improve it for everybody else around you? And so that might be a good way. So not only the library, you can, if you're interested in jumping in on the core, but also there's all these other things. You heard Mika talk about at the very beginning, these work groups, right? These are kind of the initiatives for the year from the foundation. What are we trying to work on? So those are all kind of done through work groups. So checking out robotframework.org, and the news there is a list of ideas, work groups, tools. This is a big area. I keep talking about some of the tools that are coming up. Those always are looking for more people, more contributors to help support that project. So I encourage you to think about this kind of joining a team or maybe forming a team. That might be a team out in the community. It might be a team internal on your organization. And that's a perfectly good area to kind of look at as well, is kind of going to this area of where can I contribute? Can I contribute to my team, and how can I do that? So if we go on thinking about this, going back again to our in-person conference, Mika had presented this up on the stage. You see there are Robot Framework Foundation board members. I don't have a good zoom up image of those, but as Renee was kind of saying, take a good look at these faces. These are the members of the Robot Framework board. And if you go out into the community, you might actually see a lot of them here today. Have conversations about the work. What does it take to kind of be a part of the foundation? I'll talk about that in a bit. But up above, he had this kind of math that he shared. And if we take a look at kind of what this is came from a former Nokia CEO, and it's about the idea of participating. If all of us just kind of gave 0.8% of ourselves, and we all combine that work together, community multiplication. I'm trying to think of the math. Too early for me. But if we take all that, bring it together, it only multiplies up to kind of 0.26. But if all of us kind of gave a little extra, the multiplication power of all of us coming together really, really dramatically starts to increase. And this is kind of what I'm talking about when I talk about join a team, form a team, right? Thinking about that, join a team, form a team. So the power of all of us working together in this community really starts to grow. And then you start to see the benefits spread out throughout the community. If we go on to the next slide. So join a team, form a team. Now, I just talked about giving, a fair amount of yourself. I know this is difficult because one of the things with this is it's not just you, it's actually your organization as well. I know it's a real big kind of privilege to be able to give of my time. And not everybody has that kind of privilege to be able to give of their spare time. And so this idea that you're not alone in this process, and that really when I ask each and every one of you to participate, I'm not only even asking you, I'm also kind of asking your company to participate, your organization to participate. And so one of the other things that I'm really trying to do as a leader in the community, in the conversations that I'm having, is how can we partner with your company, right? Here you see two sets of companies that we've started to partner with. One on our left there is our sponsors for this conference, which we are greatly thankful for. You see our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, and then our platinum sponsor, Index 9 there. What they're doing to help us bring this great information to you, also to bring us together. And then on the right-hand side is our current foundation companies. These are the companies that Mika talked about, Renee's talked about. These are the companies that have joined the Robot Framework Foundation. And so by doing so, what we are really doing, and what I'm calling us all to do in this joining a team, forming a team, is we're kind of all shouldering the responsibility of Robot Framework, right? We're all kind of coming together to provide this opportunity for others to grow, not only for ourselves to grow, but for others to grow as well. And together, we really, that power of us together, that multiplication of all of us together really kind of makes this so much more of a community, and so much more of a success. And I know that's kind of an interesting way of saying it, but it's this ability for us to just kind of all come together and grow together. So one of the things is partner with your companies. Now, you might ask, how do I do that? So there's some talking points in there that I kind of have, and these are kind of questions and things to work with to start to have conversations with people. One of the things is I know it can be difficult because you might not be in a position of decision making, right? If you're not in a position of decision making, there are still things that you can do, right? One of the questions I say when I start talking with people about contributing is, do you have an open source contributors policy? Does your organization have a policy on how you can contribute to open source? In starting those conversations, sometimes it's just simply asking, hey, do we have a policy about open source contributions? What does it take to contribute to open source? So having that question, then it's kind of the question of who are the decision makers, right? Sometimes that's a filtered bit of, yes, we can contribute, but we have to talk to these people in our organization to kind of understand, what are the boundaries for it, what's the possibilities for it. And so having that, one of the next conversations, and this is a question that kind of comes up when you start to have these conversations, is, well, if we were as an organization to contribute a framework, or if we were to join the foundation, what how does that help as an organization? And so having those conversations is important. Some quick answers in there is, it's a great advertisement. If your company is hiring and looking for people, the fact that you can kind of put a label on it and say we do open source, is a wonderful kind of advertisement, and it's kind of telling those future hires the value of that you put in a company, the value that you as a company put into the larger community. And so it's a really good kind of selling point for a company. It's kind of a hiring point. The other thing is this kind of idea of the shared responsibility. I was actually having a conversation with Marcus, who just talked to us about the ambassador program and why would an organization join the foundation, and this idea of the shared responsibility. Marcus is one of the foundation. He works for a foundation company, Imbus, right? And you see the big shoulders of Imbus. So the idea that by presenting yourself and being part of the community, you become both very visible within the community. And then what's the cost, right? What's the cost to us in contributing? And I might ask, what's the cost of not contributing? And this is kind of really why I was trying to talk about this join a team, form a team. I want to look down the road. Robot Framework, we just talked about Robot Framework. We've been here for 20 years and then the 10 years. And so I want to look down the road and see where we're going to be and form a community that lasts for a good long while. We go ahead and look at the next slide here. I'm going to move a little quicker because I know we're going to move on to our next thing. But so join a team, form a team. Every year in the Helsinki conference, Pekka comes out and has this conversation, right? What's new? What's happened in this past year? So what I really want to encourage us to do is in this next year, everybody joining a team, forming a team, right? Everybody joining and participating, everybody joining this. I want to give Pekka so much material to talk about that we have to give him an extra time, or he's got to talk very, 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 very fast. What can we do this next year, 2026, by joining a team, forming a team? Or if we think about the next part of this is, who's joined us in 2026 as a foundation member? Could we double the number of foundation members that we have this year over next year? That would be, an interesting thing. All of us shouldering this responsibility, finding this, wide group of companies. It's not just about us. It's about this idea of all of us together, right? this shared responsibilities. Could we actually double this number over the next year? Finally, if you're looking for some inspiration on what, about community, I really, really encourage you, and all of us have this ability in your ticket. You can go back and look at the talks from Helsinki that happened just about 3 weeks ago. Go look at Alexei's talk and Gerwin's talk. Both of them are about community, and both of them are about participating in the community. These really good talks. So if you're looking for some inspirations, I encourage you to go look at that. And I want to thank you very much for participating, and I hope and wish you a wonderful online RoboCon. And so thank you. Join a team, form a team, and if you have any questions, come find us in Slack.
Awesome. All right, guys, we're gonna have we have time for maybe 1 or 2 quick questions. I just wanted to go over really quick. We got a lot on the certification, so it seems like a lot of people are excited about it. I know I am. So let's get to some questions really quick. Renee, I guess, or anyone else, is there a sample exam I can look at? I can't find any. And sorry, I don't have Renee on the screen.
Okay, I can answer for that one.
Yeah.
So there will be a sample exam out really soon at search@robotframework.org. But as of now, we've been really tight on our resources with the conference organizing and everything. So hang in tight. There shall be one soon enough.
Awesome. All right. Is the exam only in English?
Yeah, it is only in English due to the fact that we consider the English language to be part of your robot framework skills, because robot framework is happening mainly in English, and as well all our communication in our community is happening mainly in English.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I want to circle back to the sample exam. Join the team to make sample exam. So you can either contact Mika or me. You can propose questions. These questions may take influence to the real exam. They may be used for the sample exam. Another shout out, I need someone who is a little bit good with web development, no rocket science, but we want to integrate Quizdown.js into our Docusaurus syllabus page. So I need someone who's willing to do that, who wants to contribute here. So that is definitely something that should be done. And no, you don't have to do any coding during the exam. These are just multiple choice questions. Yes, you have to read code. Yes, there are some really hard questions. Yes, most of the questions are okay from the problem. And what else did we have as questions?
That's all we have time for questions right now. But I'm sure we'll answer it in Slido, and you can actually hit up Renee in GatherTown. But Mika, you're going to say something?
Yeah. Come to talk about anything we presented in GatherTown in the speakers corner. I think we'll be on the dark side. So join us there soon.
Great. Thanks again, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you for kicking off the event. Really, thank you so much. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. Thank you for listening in. I'm really excited about the certification. And let's get the day going. I just want to give a big shout out to Index 9. We're going to be bringing them in a second. If you don't know, they're the only Robot Framework Foundation partner member from India. And what I think is really cool about them, I just started hearing more and more about them, is they are a 100% Robot Framework shop. So if you love Robot Framework, which you probably do because you're part of this event, you definitely need to check them out, show them some love. They're in GatherTown as well. Index 9, for a little background, is a software services company with focuses on QA and automation for product and product-centric startups, scale-ups, and SMBs. They deliver outcome-driven automation solutions with skin-in-the-game model, which is also really cool because they're not just one and done. They actually have they have a unique model. You definitely should check out why they have skin in the game that really wants to get you results. So they only get paid when the outcome is delivered for their client. So really cool thing there as well. They also specialize in niches that are different emerging areas, and they're helping people shift left in delivery and also deploying AI-driven self-healing solutions. They do it all. And like I said, they do it all with Robot Framework. So I'm really excited to have them join us. All right, Index 9, we're about to go live. Let's do it. All right. Hey, welcome to RoboCon.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the sponsor. So thank you so much. And the floor is all yours.
All right. Thank you. And love from India. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aftab. I'm the CEO of Index9. Index9 is a 200 people AI first product engineering services company based out of India. We are private equity backed and we are product obsessed. We build and test software products for US, UK, and India based startups and mid size businesses. Last year, around the same time, we were really evaluating our strategy around testing and test automation and what we were in the business of doing. And one of the things we did was we carefully evaluated everything that our customers were asking for and our teams were deploying. And here's what we found out. The first big input that came to me was that one of our customers who had sort of multiple products all integrated together was looking to accelerate their entire life cycle of end-to-end product testing. And the team, our team was developing and deploying a robot framework-based solution that allowed this customer to reuse keywords across their different products. What struck me as super interesting was the fact that the same customer who also had an ecosystem of other partners and suppliers connected into their product was actually using those IP and sharing it across their entire ecosystem of partners to actually enable a much faster deployment of the entire product feature lifecycle. That was super cool. The second input that came to us right after this first one was the situation where one of our customers was looking to massively accelerate their product velocity. They wanted to deliver more story points in every sprint, and they wanted a solution for testing all of the new features that they were building that would not break anything that was happening that was there in the product before. And they wanted to do that in less than 30 minutes. And our team deployed this really robust Pebot libraries. And at one point in time, we're scaling up to 35, 40 threads on one single EC2 instance. The success and the cost effectiveness of that solution allowed this customer to almost double their product velocity over a 6-month period. A few months later, one of the things that came to my attention was this customer who was complaining about how much time their test automation team was spending in just maintaining these test scripts because of various changes that were happening on the front end. And our team developed a fairly smart solution that comprised of V3 listeners and AI agents that our team had built, and integrated that in a way where you would now have self-healing scripts that were basically automatically getting triggered, right? Which I think was possible only because the listeners architecture and framework existed. So that's about the time that we decided that as a company, we were going to go all in on the robot framework. Since then, we've become a foundation member. We've tripled our team size. We have trained the entire team on how to massively accelerate delivery of automation scripts using AI. As a data point, our team currently delivers about 5 test scripts per person per day using a combination of Cursor and other AI tools on the robot framework. These innovative and cutting edge solutions, along with the high level of productivity, I think kind of doved in well with what Joe was talking about, which is our skin in the game approach, where we link our fees to the actual outcomes of quality, speed, and cost. And our customers are loving. None of this, obviously, would have been possible without the work done by this foundation, its community, Pekka, Rene, Mika, all the foundation members. Thank you to all of you for making all of this possible with your vision and with all of the contributions that you've made to this field. Today, as one of the proud members of the foundation and the only one in India, we have been organizing local community events here, making sure that we contribute to this movement by disseminating knowledge, by sharing our IP, and by generally having a vibrant, active, and engaged community of robot aficionados. Thank you also for allowing us to be a part of this event. It's an honor to be your platinum sponsor for this conference, and look forward to being part of this conference, and wish all of you guys a very successful and a very productive RoboCon 25. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your sponsorship. Appreciate you. Awesome. Once again, a big shout out to Index 9. Definitely check them out. They are our platinum sponsor, so give them some love. Check them out in GatherTown. And like I said, they're 100% robot framework shop, which I think is pretty cool. So like, you definitely need to check them out if you're into robot framework. All right, so we're going to give you a break, followed by some more awesome sessions coming your way. So stay tuned. We'll be back. And also, pay attention to these breaks. Obviously, the folks at Robo Framework are really tricky. They add little clues in here, so you want to pay attention to the different breaks, because they're going to have different clues in each of them. So we have a different break going on every break. So pay attention. If you joined us in Helsinki, it's the same code, so you don't have to worry about it. But if you're just joining us for the online event, you definitely want to pay attention to these breaks, all right? Because there's going to be some codes embedded in them. So check it out.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
As a software tester, you're under pressure to test more and more functionality in less and less time. You already have a large number of manual or automated tests, but which of these should you run? And which ones are not relevant? Which tests need to be created from scratch? Which ones allow you to detect the most important errors as quickly as possible? And how do you make sure that all relevant parts of the software have actually been tested before releasing a new version? TeamScale helps you select the right tests in a targeted way and assists you in identifying test gaps. For this purpose, data such as requirements, manual and automated test cases, code coverage, and test results are analyzed. Tree maps provide an overview of the system. Rectangles represent single methods. The bigger a rectangle, the more code the method contains. Untested changes contain approximately 5 times more errors than the rest of the code. That's why TeamScale calculates all relevant code changes and suggests which tests from your test suites would most efficiently verify these changes. By running these tests, many times more than 90% of the errors can be found in less than 2% of the time. TeamScale clearly highlights all remaining test gaps. This means you know exactly where new tests are necessary. Some requirements of the software are particularly critical. Not complying with them can cause considerable financial damage or even danger to life and limb. It is essential that tests verifying such critical requirements are executed. That's why TeamScale continuously calculates a verification matrix, which enables you to identify insufficiently tested requirements. That way, you can easily add missing tests early on. When all relevant tests have been executed successfully, you can show that you consistently covered all known risks. Use TeamScale to improve your test strategy by simply downloading the free evaluation version today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you. Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
All right, welcome back. Really excited about this next section of our day one. So definitely, if you haven't already, make sure to join GatherTown. Like I said, there's all the booths there for all the sponsors, and also you can interact with all the members in the community. You could talk to Renee, you could talk to Mika, you could talk to Ed. They're all there. And also the speakers, we have a dark side and a light side. So I'll be asking each speaker if they're going to be on the dark side or light side. And if you could see over here, we have a light side and a dark side. It's right near the Index 9 booth. So definitely check that out in GatherTown. All right, let's start off our next session. It's Robots for Robots, efficient testing across multiple platform medical instruments with Lydia. Check it out, followed by live Q&A. I highly recommend while you're watching the recording, you get your questions in. So when we do go live in that short amount of time, all the questions are ready to go for Lydia to answer. All right, let's do it.
Hello, I'm excited to be joining my first Robot Framework conference to connect with the Robot Framework community. I've much appreciated the RoboCon talks I've viewed in the past and the general support of the community as I have worked to learn Robot Framework. And so I'm excited to be here and hopefully adding something back to that. Contrary to my accent, I am not joining you from the US or Canada today. I am originally from northern Minnesota in the United States, but now live in Melbourne, Australia, where it is a lovely summer's evening. I'll be talking to you a bit about the testing we do across our medical instruments that we develop at my current workplace, Planet Innovation, where we need to be able to effectively test our software to support our clients' submissions to the FDA and EU regulators, among others, saying they work properly, even though our instruments involve a wide range of tech stacks. So a little bit about me. I am Lydia Peabody. I'm one of the team managers here at Planet Innovation. And I currently look after software resourcing. So I figure out how we put a team together for projects that come in to make sure that the people and projects are both going to be successful. I previously had shared leadership of the test team with some of our technical experts and was originally hired at PI as a software developer in test to see how we could improve our tooling and automation practices. Prior to that, I have done a lot of different things outside of the software testing space. So I've only been learning about Robot Framework and software testing for probably the last 4 years. But I do have a lot of past quality and leadership experience that I bring into this role, which is where my strength has been. Certainly, I love the technical and getting into Robot Framework itself, but I also am very good at thinking about how do we make a system that's effective for the people we have doing this work. So imagine for a moment that you are joining my team. In many jobs, you would have applied because you have skills specifically related to what we do. You'd be able to jump in to our tech stack, hoping to learn some new things, but already knowing a lot of it. But being an engineering consultancy, things can get a little bit complicated. Bit of context about Planet Innovation. So we are a health tech innovation and production company. So that means we are a consultancy where we support clients to build new products that make a difference to the world, primarily in the healthcare space. And that can look like products in the IVF space, medical testing. We've done a lot of different things. But what it means from a technical side is that we never know what's coming next. And we need to be flexible and prepared to come up with solutions that fit all sorts of different ideas that our clients have developed into potential innovations in healthcare. We also need to do it in a way that our testing practices are sufficient to be able to meet regulated standards, particularly in the FDA and EU regulators. So we offer contract development and manufacturing services. My team is primarily on the development side, where we are creating and building these new instruments, but we do also manufacture some instruments depending on if the product matches our specialist expertise. So given all that, we have a lot of primary software tech stacks. And depending on, the project coming in and the needs of that particular product, we will choose from a number of these. So you've just been hired, and now we're going to think through what might you be testing. You might be working with MicroPython, which is a implementation of Python designed for embedded systems and microcontrollers. You might be working in a more traditional embedded space. We use a Zephyr RTOS, real-time operating system, normally using embedded C or C++ on that to create responsive instruments where needed. You might be working on a larger instrument using embedded Linux. We use the Yocto Linux, and our primary languages there are Python and C++. Or if you're working in our PC, mobile, and cloud space, you might also be working on Windows using C# and .NET or a mobile operating system. But we have at least managed to consolidate, and all of our instruments, where possible, use Vue.js and TypeScript as a front end. So we're at least trying to constrain our tech space a little bit, but the nature of our business means we need to be able to do a lot of different things. This, of course, ignores all the other things relevant to automation, like how we're running our CI pipelines, use of Docker, AWS, Kubernetes, all that kind of stuff. This is all back to you as the new starter in my team. You look at all this and wonder what might be coming first. So let's say we start you off getting some C# firmware running on alpha hardware. So that means you're still pretty early in the development cycle of this product. Might not be ready for automation at that point because there's still too much changing, but you're going to stick with this project and eventually, get it tested thoroughly, probably have some automation in there, get it through verification and be ready for your next project. Now, this is where things get interesting because your next project could be completely different. I don't want to hire a new tester every time we start a new project because new testers are hard to find. So that becomes my problem. How do we set up our systems so that you as a tester are efficient across a number of different tech stacks and styles of instrument that we're building? Robot Framework is one of the tools that has really helped us do that. Even if you never go into consulting, understanding how Robot Framework can be used flexibly across these different tech stacks and some of the tips that you can use to make that effective will both potentially open future opportunities for you, but also help you solve more problems and a wider range of problems in whatever your current workspace is. So let's have a look at a few examples of how we have been able to use Robot Framework to simplify across our different tech stacks. Our first example is where we started with Robot Framework, which was where we're doing Linux-based development with Python. These instruments can be really varied. Some of them are smaller instruments, like these are sort of desktop-sized pumps that might be used in a laboratory setting to push fluids through sterile tubing. But some of these instruments are also very large instruments with a lot of moving parts, vacuum requirements, imaging, may or may not have a UI. A lot of them do. But we've had at least one where someone else was developing the UI. So that was not a thing we had access to as part of our testing. And most of them are networked. So we're also needing to test, are they interacting correctly in that space? So how do we test these? We start out using Robot Framework, often using SSH to sort of get access to the instrument. Originally, we wrote custom Selenium library functions to be able to test this, but that is a model we're definitely moving away from. Early on, we had a lot of developers sort of leading the test efforts, and they were more inclined to write their own functions in the Python space, that they just felt more comfortable there rather than look at what was already out there in the robot community. If we need to use Selenium in the future, we've already looked at how we can bring that in via Selenium library. We also, on these products, have used gRPC and MQTT as other communication interfaces. And in most cases, we have found we have to write some custom libraries for those. Particular gRPC, the way it works, is very specific and hard to create reusable libraries for. One of the things that we found interesting when we didn't have a UI to work with is we have used dialogues out of RPA. That's something that we are going to be looking for a replacement for in the future for manual interaction. That with some of our instruments, it just doesn't economically make sense to put in simulators for all of the hardware functionality. So you might have to insert something into the instrument to trigger functionality. You might have to press buttons. And these are all things that we can create a pop-up and be able to have the tester only do the pieces that they need to be there for, and then Robot Framework can run everything else in the background. So that's one of our tips, is that where either you don't want to test the UI or you don't have access to a UI, Robot Framework can be used essentially to fill that gap. In the past, we have created sort of custom test UIs that we built just for the use of testers, but that tends to be more expensive and require more time from people outside of the test team. So we found this was a particularly efficient method for testing that space. Example 2, mentioned before, MicroPython is one of our primary tech stacks, and it is a lean, efficient implementation of Python for embedded controllers. So that means we can make small, low-cost instruments, get real-time responsiveness, and MicroPython is really good for quick development cycles because of the way it has been created and kind of the ease of use of the Python API relative to programming in C. So we use Robot Framework again successfully to test these, but here, there's no network that we can link to. So the most common interface we have is serial communication. And so we've designed a way of running HTTP requests across that serial interface and partnered with the developers to create an HTTP server that's baked into the firmware that lets us set and read the data we need to be able to test these, because this is typical that there's no UI. There's sort of maybe an LED that gives you some indicators in certain cases, but you don't want to rely on that LED to tell you that the underlying firmware function is actually correct. The great thing about that setup, though, is then we just need to use request library to be able to interact with it, and it really makes it quite straightforward to write tests. We have used a custom MicroPython library as well at times, but find that if we're able to have a really effective collaboration with developers to get the HTTP server designed the way we need it, that really minimizes any custom elements we need to build. So if you look at this, this is an example of one of our Zephyr RTOS, real-time operating system, embedded C projects. And it kind of looks like a collection of spare parts from past projects, except that it's way too neat. And this is actually a hardware in the loop setup. So these boards and this tech stack we would often use as a piece of a larger instrument. It certainly can be used to create a small instrument on its own, but it often manages a critical piece of functionality that needs that real-time responsiveness as part of a larger instrument. So this is one of those cases that there's a few different boards in here that are being tested, and this is actually a hardware in the loop setup for running tests in CI. So in this case, we're using Robot Framework with a LabJack, a MicroPython control board, and a custom CAN-open library. So CAN is the communication protocol we're using here. And it means we're able to really check that the inputs and outputs are behaving as expected on quite a low level. We have this running in CI, so when developers are creating new commits, it's automatically running tests on this hardware to make sure that we haven't broken anything, and that has been really helpful because this is part of a very large, complex, fast-moving instrument, and having confidence that this base functionality is working correctly is a really key piece of being able to put that all together. One of the key things from this is, again, expand your collaboration. So sure, we did a lot of collaborating with developers to get this done. We also needed to closely collaborate with our electronics team to get them to actually build some parts for us and make sure that we really understood how everything was supposed to work and how we could toggle the inputs and outputs we needed and make sure we were getting the right signaling for our testing. This one is probably a little bit more familiar. So in our C#.NET Vue.js space, this one is an example from the instrument side using that tech stack, not our sort of mobile cloud side, which actually is the one part of the business still using C# framework. They've migrated from SpecFlow to Wreck and Roll, and that's something we're looking at for the future of whether we'll be keeping that or seeing if we can consolidate further. So in this particular example, we can use these for large instrument developments. It has a scripting interface where you can write Python to be able to test workflows. So we can sort of give our clients a early hardware example with not a lot of software on it, but they can write scripts to sort of test out what they need to test to see, are we going in the right direction or what do we need to change? Also has support for on-instrument GUIs. And one of the tricks here is that we've got two different GUIs. The first one is one that is used, it contains that scripting interface. It's often used by testers, systems engineers, and others to get more low-level interaction with the instrument. And that's the one you have at the back here. And then the one at the front is the actual instrument UI itself. We would want to test both of those pieces of software, but the one at the back is a WPF GUI. The one at the front is Vue.js. So that made it interesting when we came to think about how to test it, that we were initially thinking we would be bringing in Selenium library, but we've actually moved to Appium library, and that was looking at what had been done in other parts of the business. They'd recently moved to Appium for our mobile testing. And in that effort to consolidate where possible, we thought we'd take a look first and see if we could get Appium to do everything we needed to do across both the WPF and Vue.js sides of this particular framework. And that worked really well. Again, in trying to maintain consistency, even though we're in a completely different developer tech stack here from our Linux, Python, C++ stack, we again are using gRPC as an interface. So we can't use the same gRPC library, but we're able to follow the same patterns and model how you bring that into Robot Framework effectively and how do you use it in testing. And out of this, we got a really good example test suite that will help speed up future projects. And that's one of the things that's been really key is figuring out how to build those examples where you can't necessarily reuse the code, but you're getting a clear vision of how to make something effective. So tip here is review what frameworks you're using regularly. Really easy to get sucked into saying, oh, I know how to use this one. I've been using it a long time. It's going to be quickest for me to keep going with that. But that doesn't always make it the right choice for the future. And being able to step back and think about intentionally about what choices you're making can be really valuable. So we've found some things that make for success are really about seeking consistency. Think about your CI implementation, your tester development environment, your communication protocols, those things that are under your control, and how can you make those consistent even when they're masking a lot of underlying variety. Templates and examples are invaluable, but if people have something they can pick up and modify, it's much quicker and easier than if they have to create it from scratch. And do a lot of collaborating. The more you're talking with other people, the more people are being brought in, the more familiar these things become. It makes it a lot easier for us to get things off the ground. I've sort of come up with a view that Python can be a second language for almost every developer in our team, and that's worked well for sort of improving that collaboration across different tech stacks. We've also seen some interesting benefits across our wider team. One of the challenges we have in medical development is that our small team of quality specialists have to oversee all of our products and sort of review that our verification results are as expected for the regulated space. And we tended to provide them with a lot of different outputs from different tools, using different styles in different formats. And it made it really hard for them to help us. So, one of the benefits of working towards automation alignment is that actually spurred a lot of wider discussions so that we're writing tests more consistently, we're formatting things consistently. In principle, the actual test runner we're using shouldn't matter, but we've found that that consistency in practice really supports consistency in output, probably because it promotes so much dialogue on what good should look like. We really saw this when we were working on our C# instrument in cellular automation. We initially thought we might pull in Rec and Roll, spec flow, that side from the C# side of it that had been used previously. But as we looked at it, we realized that keeping it consistent with the rest of our instruments and using Robot Framework could make a lot of sense. So we were able to bring in those test practices and really understand what that crossover space could look like. And it was painful for the test engineer who had to get the merge request through and got comments from everyone in the business, but we got a pretty good result out of it in the end. So some final observations and learnings. First, we've found that Robot Framework is really effective for letting you run all your robots. Whatever if you're working with instruments, if you're working with mobile apps, you can do a large range of testing. But be intentional about how you're thinking about how you're setting up your systems and how you can make sure that your testers are adding value. Streamlining, consolidating your tools really helps promote collaboration. It means that users are helping guide and inform selection of these tools. The dialogue around those changes makes us get stronger outcomes. And having those consistent environments and outputs makes it much easier for other people to help you as well. Thanks for listening today. I hope you have found this interesting and learned a little bit. I'd love to hear more about some of the complexities in your organizations and what might be a challenge for you.
Awesome. Thank you for that awesome session, Lydia. I know you're live in the green room. Let's do it. Hey, Lydia, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello, thanks. It's great to be here.
Awesome to have you. I really love this session. I actually started my career in insurance and then went to healthcare. And I just love how flexible it seems Robot Framework was. I missed it. I know you've been there 4 years. Was Robot Framework already there when you got there?
Yep. So Robot Framework had been selected a couple of years before I arrived, and had not had as much uptake across the business as they'd hoped. And that was one of the reasons they started bringing in this software developer and test role that I was originally hired for, was to try to figure out how do we get more automation happening across more of our projects so we get that efficiency and effectiveness of automated testing.
Love it. Let's get to some of the questions. I have a bunch of questions of my own, but I don't want to monopolize it. So let's get to the audience question. First one was, how did you integrate RF and communication over serial connection?
Ooh, that is a good question. I am probably not the right person to actually give the technical answer on that. There have been a couple of different variations. The one we've used a lot is that we actually created an HTTP over serial library. So we had an adapter that converts HTTP communication into serial and back again. That proved tricky but effective. We also have done some more direct serial comms on the low-level interfaces where we're using, kind of designing, like we've got libraries we've written that work across different interfaces like CAN and SPI and others so that we can kind of bring things in using the protocols that are being used in the development where appropriate.
Nice. How'd you get your developers to help out so much? I guess I was in a toxic environment. It wasn't very difficult, very easy to get them to help. But it seems like they're very
We've
helpful.
got
That's crazy.
They are. We've got a pretty good bunch. They're really enthusiastic about getting automation in. I think that as consultants, they like to do a variety of different things. They're there because they're not just focused on kind of do this one thing, get it done, keep doing the same thing. So even that variety of how do we enable automated testing is interesting to a lot of the group. Many of them have worked in the medical space for a long time, so they really understand the importance of testing and how much easier their life is as a developer if some of that testing can be automated so they're getting faster feedback.
Awesome, awesome. Have you run Robot Framework on MicroPython?
Ooh, we have not, that I know of, actually tried running it in on the MicroPython board directly. We normally have it running, communicating with the board via some protocol or other. But no, I don't think we've tried that. That could be interesting.
Absolutely. Cool. Adam says, great insights, Lydia. How do you manage upgrades of all these libraries and software for testing and how often?
That is another great question. Um, Not that well. We are working on that. We've just gotten a lot more formal and a lot more structured around how we're managing kind of our internal development tools in general. And the test tooling space is part of that. So we are pretty flexible. Part of being sort of consulting as well means relatively small teams most of the time, lots of opportunity to sort of have things be different, which is great in that it doesn't mean we have to lock down versions, but it's also problematic in that we also don't necessarily have as strong recommendations as we would like for when to upgrade, how to upgrade, what versions to use. Um, so it tends to be whenever a new project starts, we look at what we have, say, is that what we want, or should we try to pull some new things in and go from there? So it's very iterative rather than sort of strictly managed.
Awesome. Are there collaborative tools like IDE or shared documents that help RF across the organization teams? Do you have like a center of excellence? Like, how do you deal with
We
everyone
do.
using the
I
same
mean,
framework?
yeah, so we do a lot of template repositories. So we're usually not actually sharing the same code. We've looked into are there libraries that make sense to package via Poetry or similar to be able to draw into different projects. But what we tend to have is more a skeleton project that when a new team is starting up, they can pull down that skeleton project, modify it to their use case, and continue on. So it sort of gives them the patterns and guidance and best practice and starts them off with in the right direction without necessarily having it be that collaborative element. We've tried using, there is a lot of use of dev containers in the organization, and we've tried things like what is the live share feature? I think it's called in VS Code that helps some, but more it is yeah, just giving people tools that have open access across the organization.
I know you touched on this a little bit. The collaboration between dev and testers, but what was the key to get them? It sounds like they were more than willing to do this.
Yeah, and it does vary. It's often so the people we usually need to actually get into the collaboration are less the developers. They're usually on board. It's often our sort of program managers and that next level up because the challenge we often have, which may sound familiar, is that when budget gets tight, automated testing is one of the first things that appears optional.
Yep.
So, really helping people understand what's the value. And that's actually one of the places where we find the developers are really helpful because if they can explain to the PM, here's how I can develop your features faster if we have this automated testing in place, then that really helps build that momentum around why do we need this and what is it contributing to us.
Any modifications needed to robot framework to test logs, reports to comply with the quality requirements, pass audits per medical regulators?
So no, but we don't directly use the robot outputs as our um, final verification evidence. So we use Codebeamer, which is a tool specifically for kind of managing requirements and tests in the medical space. And so we have again developed some in-house tools where we pull the results out of Robot Framework and put it into that tool, which then takes results from all of our systems testing and all of our manual testing as well, and kind of keeps everything in the one system for outputting. And we also are lucky that we are not the final manufacturer of devices generally. So we provide these as inputs to our client of here's the verification report, and they have to go through the work of actually doing those submissions, which lowers our burden just a little, but we haven't had any concerns. We do tool validation on our test frameworks so that we can, as part of our process, show yes, when we expect a pass, we get a pass. When we expect a fail, we get a fail. Any like key features we've built into the system work as expected, and that's what quality really need to be able to have confidence that we can use this.
Absolutely. Like I said, great session. We have a bunch of other questions, but our time is up. But I know you're going to be in Gather Town, so if people have follow-ups, they're going to be on the dark side or the light side to take questions.
Well, the dark side looked more popular, so I'll hang out over there.
Okay, well, sounds good. All right, Lydia, thanks again. Any parting words of wisdom you want to leave RoboCon before we go?
No, very excited to be here. This is my first time at RoboCon, and I really appreciate everything that people are putting into it.
Awesome stuff. Thanks again. Appreciate you. All right. Thank you, Lydia, for that. And as I mentioned, you could check out Lydia in Gather Town over here. So if I don't know if you can see, it's very small, but you can either go to dark side, she's in the dark side, or there's a light side on the other side. So if you have any follow-ups for Lydia, just go to the dark side. It's right near the Index 9 booth. All right, cool. Thank you everyone for all your questions. It was really helpful. It keeps everything interactive. So thank you for that. And thank you, Lydia, for that session. So up next, we have Daniel with Robot Code 1.0 launch party. I see him in the green room as well. He's ready to go get your questions in as you're listening. So when we do go live, once again, all the questions are queued up and ready to go because we have a short amount of time for live Q&A. All right, here's Daniel's session followed by live Q&A.
Hello, everyone. I've got some balloons here. A can of Longerode, the strong one. And a party horn. Because today we're celebrating the birth of Robot Code version 1.0. I'm Daniel, managing consultant for test automation at Imbus and the main developer of Robot Code. But before we raise our glasses, let me share a bit about Robot Code, and let's talk about what happened so far. Why we're hitting version 1.0 now, some of the exciting new features, and where we headed, plus how you can help make Robot Code even better and keep it thriving. So, I've kicked off the publishing process of Robot Code in the background, so if it all goes well, by the end of this talk, the first major release of Robot Code will be live. Let's see if it works. Let's start with a little bit of history. Back in 2021, while working on several Robot Framework projects, I found myself in dire need of robust IDE support for Robot Framework. I tried some in the past, but at that time, RoboCorp's Robot Framework language server was popular. But it felt incomplete, was hard to configure, and left me frustrated. I tried to improve the situation by forking the extension, tweaking the source code, and even reaching out to RoboCorp several times to offer my help. However, I never received a real response, and it turned out they had implemented Robot Framework language server solely for their own RPA needs and not for testing. Since no existing tool met my requirements, I built my own Visual Studio Code extension from scratch in my free time. And I even use it in my client projects, convincing my colleagues to adopt it as well. After I announced Robot Code on Slack in early 2022, it quickly gained traction among fellow Robot Framework users and within the test automation community. A little ironic side note, almost every new feature I added to Robot Code later found its way into RoboCorp's extension, sometimes even using parts of my code. Let's take a moment to review what great IDE support for Robot Framework really looks like. I won't dive into every detail right now. We can explore that later. But this is exactly what sets Robot Code apart from nearly every other Robot Framework extension out there. My goal was to build a VS Code extension that's fully compatible with Robot Framework by leveraging its official core. This means you'll get the same syntax validation, error messages, and behavior as if you were running Robot Framework directly. In contrast, Robot Framework Language Server, for example, uses custom validations, many simplification, its own variable system, and partly its own parser, which can lead to different error messages and mismatches. But trustworthy behavior is essential. The extension strictly adheres to Robot Framework standards. What you see in the editor is exactly what runs in your test. No surprises, no deviations, just a robot-dependable experience every time. And this is how robot code works. I think it's also a bit of history and a little throwback to RoboCon in Helsinki that I have to mention because it truly highlights what has kept robot code alive so far. Gavin gave robot code and me a kind mention during the closing keynote at RoboCon 2025 in Helsinki, recalling it as one of his first experiences with open source community. I want to return the favor by sharing the screenshot of Gervin's early contributions. They truly helped shape robot code. Thank you, Gervin. And it's not just Gervin. Huge thanks to everyone who has reported bugs, submitted suggestions, engaged in discussion, asked questions, and contributed code and documentation. Thank you, dear community. So, where do we stand now? Robot Code has grown far beyond a simple VS Code extension. It now offers IntelliSense, auto-completion, real-time diagnostics, code navigation, inline test execution, quick fixes, interactive debugging, and many more features. Essentially, all the capabilities you'd expect from a modern IDE. In addition, Robot Code provides you with a suite of powerful command line tools, including test discovery, code analysis, a remote debugger, and other utilities, along with a RoboToml file for flexible project configurations and a seamless CI/CD integration. Our community is thriving, with over 200,000 installs on a VS Code marketplace, more than 30,000 on OpenVSX, around 200 GitHub stars, and 8 active contributors. Together, we've closed over 250 issues. Currently, there are 93 open issues, of which just 13 are bugs, with the rest being 75 enhancement requests and questions awaiting answers. Robot Code is fully open source, no company behind, but sponsored and supported by Imbus, the Robot Framework Foundation, and a few individual sponsors. In some cases, my clients even pay me to fix bugs or add new features, which benefits the entire community. Alright, so why is Robot Code 1.0 happening now? Simply because Robot Code has reached a level of stability and reliability that only comes from being used in real-world projects and receiving ongoing feedback from our community. Today, it's largely feature-complete with robust IDE integrations, powerful command line tools, and standardized RoboToml configurations that offers you a unified way to work with Robot Framework. Furthermore, we are supported by an engaged community, and very soon a clear roadmap will be in place, along with support from our dedicated sponsors. All these elements have helped Robot Code mature into what it is today. I think it's time for Robot Code 1.0. Let's take a look at some exciting new features and improvements, starting with the PyCharm integration. PyCharm is a very popular IDE that's widely used within our community. And yes, even Pekka uses PyCharm. We've heard from many users who requested a robot code for PyCharm plugin. And yes, even Pekka asked for it. Additionally, the Robot Framework Foundation made this possible by sponsoring Robot Framework Ecosystem Project, which allowed me to work on this plugin. But there were several challenges that delayed this implementation. First, Robot Code is built on the open source language server protocol, When JetBrains introduced LSP support, it was limited to their paid versions, hardly fitting our open source model. Fortunately, Red Hat's LSP for IJ plugin filled that gap, and Robot Code now builds on it. Next, while IntelliJ has its own debugger, but Robot Code's debugger uses the open source debug adapter protocol. So I integrated dub support using the Eclipse LSP4j library, which is also open source. You've probably heard about the importance of open source. Thank you, open source, for making this possible. Finally, developing plugins for IntelliJ is challenging due to legacy Java concepts, which means a lot of boilerplate code. As a result, the current PyCharm plugin lacks some Polish settings dialogues, since they take time to implement. But don't worry, those improvements are on the way. And here is it. You can find the plugin in the JetBrains marketplace using this link or install it directly from your IDE. And now, some impressions of the new PyCharm plugin. Let's create a suite file. Give it a name. Add some keywords. So you can see the completion window. Another keyword. And it also works for variables. Let's start the test. It runs the normal output and the log output. Let's do a little bit debugging. Switching to the threads and variables view with the call stack, continue. And then let's run a complete folder as a suite. This suite also executes some browser tests. Now let's open the log file and scroll through it. Looks good. Everything seems okay. Okay, but you can also navigate in the run view to the test cases. And of course, you can navigate to the keyword implementation. Robot Code also comes with several powerful command line tools that extend its capabilities beyond the IDE. In VS Code, you can even execute Robot Code's command line directly in the terminal. No need to install separate Python packages. Here are some examples, and after this slide, I'll show a quick demo. The discover command helps you quickly list all your suite's tests and tags, filter things, and see what happens if you include, exclude tags, tests, and suites to prepare test run. Next, the analyze command. This performs static code analysis exactly as you'd see it in the IDE, and it even works as a pre-commit hook. You can easily configure it using the robot toml file or command line options. For more information about the command line, please take a look at the documentation. Let's try out the discover command. First, we want an overview of all the suites, tests, and tags in the project. Robot Code displays everything it can find. This depends on your robot toml setting and the selected profiles. Now let's filter to show only the tags used in the project. There's the regression tag. Next, let's see which tests are executed when we filter by the regression tag. Okay. Looks good. And finally, we'll swap out the discover command for the robot command and execute the tests. Now let's take a quick look at the analyze command. The analyze command is our starting point for examining a robot framework project. Currently, the only implemented subcommand is the code command. It performs static code analysis, the same analysis the IDE uses to search for unknown keywords, variables, and so on. Let's call it. We see a few errors in the project. In VS Code, you can simply click on the text to jump directly to the source code. Here you can choose to ignore an error by appending the robot code's ignore modifier to the statement. Ignore modifier to the statement. Let's try that. The line is no longer flagged as an error. Next, we'll delete the line in the source code and configure the code analyzer via the command line. Errors reported as keyword not found are now ignored, and now you can even convert errors into warnings. For more detail, please refer to robot code documentation. Alright, our new notebook feature is now in preview. The idea is to merge documentation and code in one interactive document. You can execute a code cell with keywords directly from your document. The result appears under the cell and is saved right in the notebook, making it perfect for learning, demos, notes, or quick experiments. It's also an excellent tool for error analysis, as you can easily share the notebook with your development team. Think of it as a Jupyter notebook for a robot framework. We will enhancing it with features like code completion and debugging support. And in the end, it should also run in Jupyter environments. This preview is just the beginning, and I'm excited to hear feedback. Okay, here's a short demo of a notebook. Let's create a robot notebook using the file menu. Here we have an executable cell. Let's run it. Let's change the cell, run it again. And now we add a short for loop. And if we execute the cell, we have all the output that happens at execution. Now let's add some documentation in Markdown using headers, italics, bold text, but also tables, images, and more are possible. Now I'll switch to a prepared document where we load libraries and resources and then interactively test the web application by running different sections of the document. First, we execute cells above. We can see screenshots here. And then we execute some single cells. Something is wrong. Now when we execute it, an error should appear. Yeah, it works. So after that, we can close all the notebooks. It's already saved. And if we open the notebook again, all the output is in the document. Along with the new features, I've made several behind-the-scenes improvements. I implemented significant performance optimizations and improved the documentation, so be sure to check out robotcode.io. We've also put together a comprehensive tutorial to help new users get started with ease. Big thanks to Ege and Robot from Imbus. In addition, RobotCode has moved to the GitHub organization RobotCode Dev, which you can find at robotcode.dev. A GitHub organization is a shared account where projects and repositories are managed collectively, making collaboration and community involvement much easier. This move underscores my commitment to the community by centralizing all robot code related projects. And yes, the Gherkin parser is now hosted there too. I'll definitely update it soon. Now a few words about the future. There's a vision in my head. I'm no longer working on robot code alone. A dedicated community is contributing. I see it in the PRs, improving documentation, and the quick answers to questions about robot code on Slack, GitHub, or our forum. Answers I no longer have to provide because someone else already did. That's a sign of a thriving community at the heart of robot code. I've moved from a solo project to a we mentality because we're in this together. In short, our GitHub organization, Robot Code Dev, is a central hub for all projects and contributions, where your ideas, code, and feedback shape robot code's future. Let's take a look at our near future plans. First, I'm finalizing the PyCharm plugin. Next, I'll be implementing notebook functionality with features like code completion, debugging, and even Jupyter support. In addition, I'm adding new comments to the command line interface. I think also about to expand our IDE and editor integrations. Think Vim, Z, and more, with hopefully some community contributions along the way. And of course, there are some smaller improvements we've got lined up as well. All of these enhancements will be made in collaboration with the Robot Framework Foundation. There are many more ideas and enhancements in the pipeline. One goal is to make robot code even more robust. I'm working on further and performance optimizations and expanding our documentation and examples to ease onboarding. Bartok and I have discussed integrating the new RoboCop 2 with quick fixes, and I will introduce advanced analyzers to give you a clear picture of your project structure and keyword usage. I'm also exploring support for parallel test execution with debugging support. But how can you contribute? That's easy, and there are so many ways. You can write code to add features or fix bugs, improve documentation, engage in discussions, answering questions, or even just report issues. Reporting issues is absolutely crucial. Every little bit counts. Financial support is crucial too. Our GitHub organization has sponsor buttons enabled, and you can donate through the Open Collective page at Open Collective Robot Code. Please talk to your managers or executives about supporting us. Company backing is just as valuable as individual contributions. With enough sponsorship funds or donations, I can even take a few days off from my regular work to focus solely on robot code. Thank you all for your support, and let's continue building the future of Robot Framework and Robot Code together. And now, dear hackers and robot code users, the moment we've all been waiting for is here. Please scan the QR code on the slide or visit our VS Code Marketplace page to check if Robot Code 1.0 is available. Let's celebrate the launch together as we embark on this exciting new chapter. And don't forget, tonight in Gathertown, I'm hosting a party, so join me, but bring your own alcohol. Keep peace. Thank you all for being part of this journey. I'm excited to hear your feedback and answering your questions. Let's keep building robot code together. Your contributions make all the difference. Stay connected and see you later. And thank you once again. Bye-bye.
Great stuff, Dan. I've got a lot of questions. I see you in the green room. We're about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Daniel, welcome to RoboCon. I think you're muted. Yeah, you're muted.
Then again.
Awesome.
And I have my balloons here.
Very cool. Yeah, a lot of people really excited by this. So let's get to the questions because getting a lot of love here. This was upvoted 25 times. Just thank you. So
Thank
cool
you
stuff
all.
there. So the first question is, do you plan to support PABAT with robot code CLI?
No, I think of a different implementation, but there are some guys around there that have make Parbot with robot code running again. So I think Gerwin was it. Who knows how this works?
Hey.
I did not try it.
So even congrats from Pekka wants to know, thanks for the PyCharm support. So kudos there.
Yeah.
Tadu wants to know, big thank you for all the work on Robot Framework. Will you also be a plugin for Sublime?
It should be possible. I need time, but maybe Sublime should be easy. Maybe you can play around with the language server feature, because I think the Sublime editor supports it already. So for all these IDE things, I need input from the community. So I did not know every IDE and editor.
Excellent work. Will you and Gerwin have a talk at next year's RoboCon? I think it would be awesome.
About what? You have to think about it. We will find something. I think.
Cool. Is there any feature in robot code similar to run an interactive console feature?
Yes, this I showed in my talk. This notebook feature should be something like a replacement for this, with a little bit more features at the end. Yeah, look at the talk again, then you will see.
Nice. How can we use robot code with Cursor AI? Can you integrate robot code with Cursor AI for faster script development, or RoboCode has some of its own AI plugins we can use?
I'm not sure about Cursor AI. If it's just an editor, maybe we can integrate it. I don't know. And at Imbus, we are working at some API for bringing AI to robot code and robot framework development. But there are also any other people around there. I think of David, who built something like AI for robot code.
Awesome. Is it possible with robot code to click on the run test button in the test also run the preparation steps, which is a Python script? How can this be configured?
This is not possible, and I think it will not be possible. If it's a setup for the script, for the whole script, it must be run before the test runs. But you can also use setup teardowns and suite setups also on suite level, where you can call Python scripts.
Yeah. Can I use the REPL notebook feature to write robot scripts, like instead of Batch or PowerShell?
Yes, there's also a robot code REPL command where you can just write down your robot framework calls in a script text file, and then you can execute it on a command line. And one thing at the end with the Jupyter notebooks, you should be able then also to execute these notebook files on the command line. Yeah.
I know you touched on this, but are there any more IDEs supporting robot
IDE
code?
support at the moment at VS Code and PyCharm, and I know that people around out there using VI, and yeah, everything that has an LSP support should be possible.
Nice. Would it be possible to step back in remote debugger?
No, because Robot Framework does not support step back in the debugger. In the execution part, that's the point. Yeah. Make open an issue if you want to support, and we can discuss this.
Nice. What would be a possible way to spend money on robot code?
Yes, there are some sponsor buttons at the GitHub pages, and I set up an open collective page where you can spend money, fund me, and sponsor me. And yes, look at the homepage.
If someone wants to contribute, how hard would it be to help you out?
It's not really hard. You need to know how Python works, how language server works, a little bit of robot framework, yes. And just open clone the repository. There are instructions, and there's a dev container. And if you miss something, you can ask me. I can help you with all
Awesome.
these things.
Well, everyone seems to love it, Daniel. Thank you so much. Any parting words of wisdom you want to leave RoboCon?
Okay.
All right. Thanks again for your appreciate you.
Good. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So I'm going to give you another break, and we highly recommend during the break. Also check out Daniel in the light side, in the dark side. Sorry, the light side, because the previous speaker was on the dark side. So Daniel, if you're out there, go to the light side. So if you have any follow-up questions for him, just hit him up in GatherTown. So in GatherTown, you can see there is a dark side, and there's also a light side, and it's right near the Index 9 booth. So check out Daniel in the light side, which is right here. Awesome. All right, so I'm gonna give you a quick break for community time. Also, once again, pay attention to the clues in the break, because it's going to help you find all the tokens in order to create the clue to find out for some awesome prizes. So definitely pay attention. If you already joined us in Helsinki, you already have the code, so don't worry. But if you are new to us online, pay attention to these breaks, because they do include special clues for you. All right, I'm going to give you 30-minute breaks, followed by some more awesome sessions. Be back.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you had a good break, and hopefully you're taking advantage of GatherTown. It's really where you're going to be able to interact with all your fellow attendees and also check out all our awesome sponsors. So a big shout out once again to all our awesome sponsors. We have our Platinum, Index 9. We have all our Gold down here. Show them some love. And our Silver sponsors. Right. And as I mentioned, make sure you're in GatherTown right here. And after each speaker, because the QA is so short, we usually ask them to go to either the dark side or the light side. So it's right near the Index 9 booth in GatherTown. So there's a light side and dark side if you want to interact with the speaker after their session. All right, if you haven't joined GatherTown, it should be part of your ticket. When you go to the ticket page, there's actually a button to join. It should pop you right in there. So definitely do that. Also, let's keep your questions going. We want to make this as interactive as possible. So we'll be using Slido. So anytime you're watching a speaker session, I highly recommend you get your question in. So when we do go live, because the time is so short, that we're able to ask your question and be able to get to all the questions in a timely manner. All right, cool. All right, so next up is Sit and Fuzz with Robot. And check it out, followed by live Q&A.
Okay, hello everyone, and greetings from Oulu, Finland. My name is Ilpo Salo, and I'm here to sit and fudge with the robot for the next 20 minutes with you. So let's go. In this presentation, you will see an example case of implementing a framework built with Robot Framework. This framework executes two different test areas: API SIT, System Integration Test, and API fudging. And hopefully, also something more in the future. In this presentation, I will go through background and reasoning for this framework build, describe the two test areas and reasons why they were combined, some technical details and basic functionality, benefits of combining those two, and then learnings and tips for the audience. Remember that this presentation is made from corporate point of view. So test automation done here, it's not only for love of it, but also for money. I work as a QA lead at Nordea in authentication and authorization area. Nordea is financial services group, also known as a bank, the biggest one in Nordics. It executes in 4 different countries. In my career, I have experience from mobile phone, automotive, IoT, and now currently with the financial industry. Mostly I have done system-level test automation and quite a lot of non-functional testing, especially reliability-related long-lasting testing. I have used quite much in-house built test automation tools. So I've been involved in designing and features for these tools. For Robot Framework, I have experience from doing the UI testing with Selenium library for the authentication areas. For REST API level testing, I have used some Python and PyTest-based tools. Experience with fudging, not that much. Let's go through background and reasoning for the fudge. Why and how was it made? I had this idea for a while, but it just didn't get done because of lack of time or resources. I only had decided that I will use Robot Framework for the fudge. This decision I made because earlier experience with our UI end-to-end testing with the Selenium library. I didn't want to use any ready-made tool, but go more do-it-yourself style. It's slower, it's harder, you get fewer features and more bugs. Also, you get more fun. Working in bank might be a bit boring, so one needs to have the fun whenever it's possible. And having a fun and interesting project is always a good motivator. Anyway, some thoughts about the fudger has been there, but nothing had happened. Then happened the RoboCon 2024. Alina Kostetska gave a presentation covering fudging in REST APIs. After the presentation, I thought that I will try this out next week and let's see what happens. And something did happen. So, thanks Alina and RoboCon. I tried out several options and combinations of tools to build the fudger. But I ended up to using Robot Framework, Requests Library, and Schematesis. Once the ball got rolling, I worked for a few weeks, and after those few weeks, I had end-to-end working proof of concept. That proof of concept, it created dynamically test cases for an API, executed those tests, and it also fudged the API. That was quite cool and actually surprisingly easy. In the slide, there is mentioned this out of office thing, and I will come back to that later in this presentation. Then some info and background for the REST API system integration testing. In our organization, REST API SIT is done in production light staging environment. The tests don't have nothing fancy. They are simply checking that external endpoints can be accessed by end users, internal endpoints are restricted as they should be, and APIs are responding as expected. We are continuously executing these tests for hundreds of different APIs every day. These tests require wide knowledge and huge amount of different kind of test data. Releases for different APIs are done daily, So the SIT tests are updated all the time, and that requires work. There was a situation that new tooling was needed for this API SIT tests. Our organization and management wanted to try out different technologies and more meaningful ways of work. And also, it was mentioned that we would like to use more robot framework. For the API SIT, the current tooling was Postman and Newman, and for different reasons, those couldn't be used anymore in the future. Because those mentioned reasons, the new tool was coming anyway. When I made this proof of concept for the Fudger, I utilized the SIT tests there. I recognized there's quite a lot of overlapping with those two testing areas. I decided to combine these two by adding the SIT functionality to the Fudger. As a result, I got the framework that executes tests for both. And now next, let's see how that framework actually functions. So, how does it function? First of all, there's no need to create separate test cases or test scripts at all. The tests are generated dynamically based on the variable files in a certain folder structure. These variable files, they are Python files. They have some logic. They, for example, handle command line variables. We have this template file for a variable file, which can be copied. It includes all the markings for data that you need for testing the API. There's also clear markings which data you should not edit unless you really know what you are doing. Like, for example, the logics based on the command line parameters. Then, when you create a variable file for an API and add it to the folder structure, your API will be tested in the next execution. And this variable file is for both system integration and fudging test. It controls them both. Here is some kind of diagram I draw myself, and the syntax is by me. But it's quite easy to follow. It goes from up down. And here, let's go through it briefly. So first, when the execution is started, preconditions are executed. They read the command line variables and creates dynamically these tests. Then there's a loop which is executed for each API. First, the preconditions are executed for an API. It reads the variable file and creates some tokens that are needed. Then it executes the actual SIT tests. In this API and endpoint calls included in the testing, a different kind of variables are saved and used. Then, if fudging is wanted, it is defined in the command line parameters, then the fudging is executed. The fudging also uses the same variables that were saved in the SIT testing phase. Then, when fudging is done, all the failed fudge tests are re-executed. And last, all the SIT tests are re-executed. That it's made because so that we can see that the SIT and the APIs work the same way they did before the fudge. Now, let's summarize some of the benefits of combining the two test areas and executing them in the same framework. First, for SIT tests. Now, there's this new tool that was needed, to which you can transfer your tests. There's no need to write the test scripts, just fill the variable file and go on. If some new feature is needed in your tool, it can be done quickly since the tool is built inside our organization. Then benefits for fudging. The workload amount is small for gathering different information for different APIs. Gathering all the test data would be a huge effort. It's complicated. The bank is functioning in 4 different countries and it has a long history, so there's all kinds of test data. But here, the variable files comes to the rescue again. The seed test have done the variable file, so all the data is already there. And since the SIT tests are updated all the time, the fudging is kept up to date, like automatic. This merging of these 2 tools led to one of my favorite principles to follow in test automation. It is that one thing implemented in one place. The simplest example for this is that one keyword does its thing in all the situations this thing needs to be done. Same with the variable file. All API data is there in the one file. It's simple and it's effective and somehow beautiful. If you follow this rule, the maintenance is much easier. Changing any functionality for a framework, you only need to make change in one place. This principle works also on a higher level. In our organization, we will be implementing this API end-to-end tests. Means that use case flows are done first on an API level and then the same use cases on the UI level. The only problem is that somebody needs to implement these end-to-end API tests. But the solution for that is this framework, because it does this already by default. Just add a variable file for each end-to-end tests or a file for the whole feature. On the organizational level, it doesn't make sense to have same thing in several places. And this also applies for worldwide communities, for example. Right. I dare to say that this framework is made quite scalable. From the API SIT perspective, if you need to test more APIs, it's easy. Just add variable file. If you need more tests for a certain API, it's easy. Just add them to the variable file. Test area perspective, you can add different kinds of API tests. That's quite easy. Only small modifications or additions needs to be made to the frame. Now I want to introduce a few tips and some experiences. Like we know, test automation takes time. Make sure that you have the needed time and resources, and make sure that your manager or project lead understands and supports this. These out-of-office things that I mentioned a bit earlier to get the proof of concept for the fudger done. It meant, in practice, I emptied my Outlook calendar for a few weeks and set it to send the out-of-office messages. I assigned all the meetings to my team members. In practice, I was in the office, like normally, but I only did this one thing, proof of concept for the fudger. It was really efficient, and things got done. And yes, my manager knew about this arrangement. Then we need to remember that people are busy. Everyone has their own tasks and responsibilities. People might not have time to help you even if they have promised. It is just like that, normal. We just sometimes forget it. It's kind of the same thing that happens when you ask your friends to help you moving to a new home. No one might appear. Then, in this picture, I try to describe that when you start the test automation from scratch, prepare the other people to understand that for quite some time in the beginning, there will be no test cases to execute. You need to build the foundations first. Then you can implement the actual test cases. This is described in the picture, and you can see that first you don't have test cases at all, But as the time goes by and you have the foundation ready, the amount of test cases starts to increase like with the acceleration. Building test automation is like building a puzzle. You first build pieces, meaning keywords, functions, variable files, and so on. The test cases are built out of these pieces. You combine the pieces, and then you get the test case. If you're missing a piece, don't replace that with a few script lines, but do a new piece. Then that piece is available from there on. Eventually, you will have lots of pieces, and you can build complete test cases from them. Then something really easy. Look and see into the future when you're building these puzzle pieces. What I mean is that you need to think widely. Make keywords so that they support different situations. Not just to take one value as an argument, but several values as an argument. It's more fun to make puzzles from quality pieces. And it's more efficient to make complex quality pieces from the beginning, compared if you need to reshape them, these pieces later. Yes, and there's still a few more experiences to share. We know that Robot Framer is easy to get into. And it's even easier if you name your keywords descriptively. It's easy to follow the scripts. But also remember to name the variables descriptively. Longer descriptive variable names are better than non-descriptive. In this framework I'm introducing here, most of the keywords are made with robot. I have used Python only in some single small keywords. So I'm hoping that this way the project is more easy to get into, especially for those with no coding experience. Don't try to sell something you don't have. Make sure that you, A, can demo your thing end to end. It's more convincing and you don't look like a fool when someone asks, show me how it works. B, have your stuff in format which is easy to take into use. For this framework, after you have cloned the project, it takes under 10 minutes to get the tests up and running in any of our organization labs. And always remember to have a working version in your master branch. Otherwise, it will be forgotten quickly. Solve problems together. Don't just do your own thing. Gather information, ask, discuss. What is really needed? What would you do to help others? And don't fall in love with your own vision. You need to be prepared to change. When you have small resources, take small steps. Try to keep calm with your ideas, concentrate on relevant things. Do the basic functionality first, end to end, and then add more functionality later. And remember to look and see into the future. Like said, it makes things easy. That was all I wanted to tell you in this presentation. I wish you all happy test automation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilpo. I see in the green room now. All right, camera is on. About to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Ilpo. Welcome.
Hello everyone. And greetings from Oulu, Finland.
Absolutely. I love that hat. I need to get one. You're rocking it?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, but let's get some questions really quick here. Is there always changes on me? Someone wanted to know, Is there a public open source version of this work that I can learn from your experience?
Unfortunately, no. It would require even more time, which is quite scarce resource. We are doing stuff for the bank authentication and authorization, so we need to be quite careful what we share. So from the beginning, I decided that this will be only in-house tool. It made things a lot easier. So unfortunately, at least not yet, but let's see what time brings.
Awesome. What other options did you explore before selling on Robot plus Request plus the other? So, any reason to not go with those solutions?
Yeah. My first thought was actually use the fudger called Radamsa, which is also a fudging tool. But I need to play the bank card again. Our machines and laptops are quite restricted, so I wasn't able to get that Radamsa on my laptop in practice. I just couldn't get it. But then I could get the schematics, for example. So that's why I then decided to use that for fudging. And then as I made that decision, I thought I would go with the requests as I was mentioning about this presentation. So in the last year's RoboCon. So I checked a few, mostly the things I checked was the different fudgers, but the decision to use the robot framework was already made, and requests library is of course quite obvious choice there.
Awesome. Sounds great. Thank you. Did you manage to measure how the fuzzing improved your testing, like decreased bugs found in production, sped up testing, increased coverage, etc.?
Okay. Yes. Not yet, since I've been providing this, doing this, which I call the framework tool for those people who actually understand something about fudging to use that. I don't have time to do the fudging. I've done a bit, but for fudging part, this is not yet that widely in use. It's been now investigated by the people who are responsible for fudging and different kind of security testing in our organization, and they will be taking this into use. But now I've been focusing getting this framework so that it works and you can execute tests. And some work has been needed for this API system integration testing side. So I've been adding features there. But on my first tryouts, when I tried that the fudger actually works, on the first run I found some errors. So I have created some bugs already, but not been that into the fudging yet myself.
How exactly is it done, the fuzzing, by listener or library?
It's a library, and I use the listener to generate the actual tests based on the variable files that are there. But then the fudging is done with the library. I have created a library for the schematics part and the fudger part, so it's a library that is included in my repository that you need to install locally. Yeah.
Nice. You mentioned that there might be no automated test cases ready for a while when you started out with automation. Can you elaborate a bit more?
Yes, at least with my experience for this past 20 years, I've been doing test automation and like mentioned, system level testing. So when you first start doing test automation for this, okay, I mean this wider kind of thing. For example, for all bank APIs, like here, you need to build first the framework and the tool and the basis of this. So I create, for example, for robot framework, I create a variety of different keywords and not start doing test cases first, but build the keywords and build the runner how you want to execute. So that takes time. But once you have those puzzle pieces that I mentioned in the presentation, then when you have these puzzles, then it's really quick to just build new test cases from those puzzles. But yeah, in practice it has gone so for all the work I have done in different industry areas with the test automation. You don't, yeah, or maybe it's just me me who do it that way. I don't know, but I like to think and do things first, and think how things should be done. So I like to do things once, not twice or three times.
Absolutely great advice. Any real world type example you could share about context of the variable file and test generation from that?
Sorry, I didn't quite. Yeah, yeah, okay. Content of replies. No, this was something that I made up myself for this. But it's of course I cannot show you anything that's a bit pity because of I'm playing the bank authentication and authorization card once. It's just a Python file which has different kind of data like dictionaries. For example, for each one API, each endpoint, there is this. I have this list of dictionaries, and in the dictionaries there's always one endpoint in a dictionary, and that has all the data that is needed to test that certain endpoint. So it has these paths and then expected values and then what test data values you are using and that kind of stuff. So it's an quite dynamic Python file which takes also, like mentioned, the command line parameters or variables, and then based on those, then the tests are executed.
How do you select test data for fuzzing?
Okay, like mentioned, I haven't done that fudging not that much. So now I'm just, but the schematicist tool is something that when you, it's a kind of tool that to which you give your, for example, Swagger file or API document, and then it builds the test cases. The tool itself does the fudging. You just need to provide it this certain kind of data, and then something that you, for example, if we start some authentication session, then we give some session ID or something so that the fudger can go deeper in the APIs. So this is how the tool generates the test data, but of course we need to provide some kind of user data or actual this kind of stuff that the fudger can go deeper and test more better our APIs. And those are generated in the API system integration.
Great. Technically, we're out of time, but maybe we could do a speed round. The last two questions. Are there any potential available libraries that may be used for fuzzy testing, but for functional testing in Robot Framework, but not for API?
Yeah, of course. For example, this schema test is you can use. It doesn't require this API testing, but like mentioned, you when you have your APIs, they have, for example, the APIs might have some probably have some data that you need to generate or some kind of variables in their URL paths already. So you need to generate that data. So that's where you need this API tests. So that because Fudger cannot do anything if it doesn't have the data, or can do something, but not as much as possible.
Great. And last question. Although you went the path of building something new or on your own, did you find any collaboration within your company or your team? Have you found any new users for this solution?
Yes, people have been presenting this our inside Nordea in our own like this tech meetings and conferences, and there have been people who have been interested, especially from the security testing side, and they were really like interested for the fact that now we have because they have been thinking we can fudge, but we don't have the data for all the APIs. There's hundreds of APIs, and now this tool builds that. So yes, there has been some interest also
Awesome.
outside my own team.
Well, thanks again for contributing. We have a few more questions we didn't get to. They just popped in. So are you even gather town? If so, are you going to be on the light side or dark side to take other questions?
Of course, I will go to the dark side if
All
you
right.
ask. Yeah, I will be there for some time. I will walk there. Yes.
Awesome. Thanks again for contributing. Awesome solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, cool stuff. All right, here's our next session, followed by live Q&A. Once again, thank you everyone for contributing, getting your questions in, and make sure you're in Gather Town. So if you don't know, the light side and dark side is right near the Index 9 booth. So he's going to be in the dark side. And so you can ask some more questions here, or if someone's in the light side, you just move on over to the light side. So our next speaker will be on the light side because Ilpo chose the dark side. All right, cool. So here's our next session on web and mobile testing together, but independent. Once again, I highly recommend you pay attention. And as you get a question in your head, submit it right away. So when we do get live, because we have just a short amount of time, live Q&A, they're all queued up and ready to go. Thank you everyone so far for participating. Round of applause for you and all our sponsors. And here's our next session.
Hello everyone. Welcome on RoboCon Online Conference 2025 and thanks for joining me today. First of all, I would like to thank the Robot Framework Foundation for hosting this amazing conference and for inviting me to perform here as an online speaker. The topic of my today's presentation is web and mobile tests together but independent. I hope you will enjoy this talk and you will learn how to connect these two disciplines into the one working solution. Before I will dive into the topic, let me shortly introduce myself. My name is Michal Jirka. I come from the Czech Republic. I work as an automation tester for 8 years. Our company is called Tesena and we are a member of Robot Framework Foundation Group. Currently, I am working on the project for Česká spořitelna, the largest Czech bank. And in Česká spořitelna, we are implementing with my colleagues this solution, which I will talk about today. So let's start. Here are 4 big points which we will go through. And I hope that in the end of this presentation, you will have a deeper understanding of these topics. The first point is the core of this presentation. We will discover how to combine browser and Appium tests together in one repository. We will go through the structure and identify the best situations to implement this approach for maximum benefit. Also, I will show you how we were dealing with imports to make the code clear and well-maintainable. Last but not least, I would like to talk about the keyword set library search order. I will explore how this powerful functionality can dynamically influence the behavior of the testing environment. In many presentations which I made during past years, I usually mentioned something like mobile testing is slowly getting more and more important, but now I think we are there. This is the moment when I can say that mobile testing is one of the most important parts of the testing world. Of course, we can't fall behind in this technology. One of the responsibilities of our team is to take care about the mobile farm. Actually, we have around 30 real devices containing Android and iOS platforms, mobiles, tablets, and iPads. Today, I would like to show you what does it mean from the robot framework point of view. In Česká spořitelna, we work, let's say, on demand. We are listening the needs of teams and trying to help them with test automation. The most common method is proof of concept. We have a few robot framework templates, which we are still keeping updated. We have separate templates for browser library used for standard web testing and for Appium library tests, which we use for mobile testing. During the last year, we were thinking about how to be more effective. We explored a few ways how to consolidate web and mobile tests in a single repository. At the same time, we still had to keep the code clean and easy to understand, because usually we deliver this code to less experienced colleagues. Moreover, we need to avoid test case duplications. The main goal was to create one set of test cases which could be executed using both libraries. Optimization of imports plays also an important role in our approach. In the past, we usually used the well-known strategy, import everything in common file and import common file everywhere. But as you know, this is not the best practice. Now I am going to show you the map of the new template, which was creating during the last year. Here you can see the map. The highest level is still the same as you probably know from your project. Folders data, resources, tests, and config file robot toner. Now we will focus on resources part. As you can see, resources are divided into business and technical folders. The business layer contains well-known page object models. Page object model is one of the most common patterns for structuring front-end automated tests. I believe I don't need to explain it in more detail here. Technical resources are divided to mobile and web folders. Now pay attention, please. This is maybe the most important part of this presentation. Resources file, mobile resource, and web resource contain keywords for basic interaction with element. Name of these keywords are absolutely equal in mobile and web part. On the second level, there is also a file named RoboCon resource. This file I usually name according to the name of the application, and it contains some basic keywords which are responsible for controlling the application. For purpose of this presentation, I prepared 2 test cases based on RoboCon web page. Of course, there is also common resource file, which contains some general keywords to coordinate the whole project. Among them is our important keyword called setting technology, which uses the set library search order keyword. As you can see, there are also red arrows. These arrows show the direction of resources. For example, you can see that on the test level, there are only page object models imported. And page object models are extended by RoboCon resource, which is extended by common resource. Common resource is interconnected with files mobile resource and web resource. The set library search order keyword is a powerful tool from the built-in library that allows you to dynamically prioritize which libraries and resources files are used during test execution. For example, you can quickly switch between browser library and Appium library. This flexibility is really game changer in case when you need to run the same tests on different environments or platforms. In our solution, we call this keyword immediately in the suite setup. It works as something like coordinator. It decides whether the test is going on browser or Appium platform since that moment until the end of the execution. Okay, I think now we are ready to jump to the code and I will show you all these things on real examples. Let's take a deeper look into the code. As I mentioned earlier, I have prepared 2 test cases designed to interact with the web page RoboCon.io. The first test case, check homepage link, is straightforward. It simply opens the website and verifies the main titles are displayed on the homepage. The second test case, order ticket for the online conference, is more complex. It begins by opening the RoboCon web page, navigating to the ticket ordering section, and choosing the online conference. The scenario then verifies the page title, increases the ticket quantity by clicking the plus button, ensures the Add to Cart button is enabled, checks whether the tickets are successfully added to the cart, and confirms the success message displayed. Another significant advantage of this solution is the readability of the code at the scenario level. Imagine that you read these steps as an external person. You should more or less understand what the scenario is about. This eliminates the need for extensive documentation. We can say that the code itself is a form of self-explanatory documentation. Now let me briefly introduce the robot toml configuration file. As you can see, the file defines 2 profiles, one for web and one for mobile. The most significant variable in both profiles is technology, which allows us to specify whether the test should be executed using Appium or a browser. In addition, there are other configurable parameters. For instance, web browser, you can choose between Edge, Chrome, and Chromium. Headless mode, you can enable or disable headless execution. Simulated device, for web tests, you can simulate the behavior of any device using Playwright's built-in features. And in the mobile profile, you can specify the device to use from our mobile device farm and application type, web or native. For the purpose of this presentation, I have simplified the settings. Normally, this configuration file contains more options and variables related to the project, offering better flexibility and control. When I return back to the test suite, you can notice that the suite setup includes the keyword set technology, which I have already mentioned earlier. This keyword is defined in the common resource file, and we can think about this keyword as a controller that set the test flows based on the value of the technology variable. If the technology variable is set to Appium, the keyword configures the library search order to prioritize mobile resources and the Appium library. If the technology variable is set to browser, Robot Framework will prefer web resources and the browser library. This approach ensures that the appropriate resources and libraries are used for each technology. You may notice that in the project I sometimes use ignoring some robot code rules for a more comfortable display. Here I have the variable not found rule disabled because robot code is defaultly set to highlight variables set in the robot common file. The multiple keyword rule because I use the same names for some keywords, and also possible circular import, which in this case highlighted the two resources listed below. I'm not saying that this is the right way, but in some special cases it could make life a little bit easier. Now it's time to move on to the technical section of resources. By splitting the window, we can compare the mobile resource and web resource files side by side. As you can see, both files contain a set of keywords with identical names, which is a crucial aspect of this implementation. At the beginning of these files, you will notice keywords related to basic test flow controls. These include setups and teardowns, such as suite setups, test setups, suite teardowns, and test teardowns, which handle the activities required before and after test execution. Following these, you will find keywords designed for browser interactions. Examples include start web browser, navigate to URL, wait for element with text, click on element, click link containing text, etc. The key difference lies in their implementation. On the left side, mobile resource file, these keywords are powered by the Appium library, and on the right side, in web resource file, these keywords are implemented using the browser library. While working with this solution, we also register one disadvantage. It's necessary that keywords with the same name across all resource files have the same number and types of arguments. This limitation can cause complications when additional argument needs to be added to one of the keywords. One possible solution is the use of free named arguments, sometimes called free keyword arguments, and this approach allows for adding optional arguments without changing the basic structure of the keyword. This resource file is used to interact with MongoDB, which we utilize for storing information about devices connected to our mobile phone. It contains basic keywords for connecting to the database and retrieving important data needed for test execution. However, this file is not so critical for today's topic, so I will move on quickly. The RoboCon resource file is functionally similar to the common resource file, but with a more specific focus. While the common resource contains general keywords, the RoboCon resource file includes keywords related specifically to the application. For this example, the file contains only one keyword, and it is Open RoboCon web page. This is the simple keyword that navigates to the website. However, I would like to show you another interesting feature. By holding the Control key and clicking on the keyword Navigate to URL, Visual Studio Code opens a dialog window displaying the keyword definitions. In this case, you will notice that two definitions are provided, one from mobile resource and the second one from web resource. This occurs because the project contains two distinct keywords with the same name. Before we will continue to the test case executions, it's essential to demonstrate the business part of the resources. In our case, the business logic is composed of page object model files. In this project, we have two page object models. First one is a homepage resource, and the second one is online ticket page resource. The homepage resource includes two keywords that are directly associated with the homepage of RoboCon.io. Check homepage title and order ticket. An important aspect to note is that these keywords in page object models are consistent for both Appium and browser platforms. These keywords in the page object models call other keywords from the web or mobile resources. For example, keywords wait for element with text, click link containing text, or switch to another window exist in both versions, for web and for mobile. Depending on the technology which was set at the beginning of the execution process, the keyword dynamically calls the appropriate implementation, either from the mobile resource file or from the web resource file. Absolutely the same situation we can find in the online ticket page file. This file contains business logic to interact with the page which is selling tickets for RoboCon. You can see 5 basic keywords which are connected with elements on that page. To complete the overview of this project, let me return back into the test suite level. On that level, you can see that there are used keywords which you can find in page object models. Now we can proceed to start the execution. Right-click, select Execute Using Profile, and firstly we will run the web execution. We didn't use headless mode, so you can see that the browser is opening now. Robot will quickly go through these two basic scenarios. Now let me check the result. We can see that both basic scenarios are passed. Maybe more interesting for you is executing against our mobile farm. So I will again right-click to the button, select Execute Using Profile, and now I will choose the Run Mobile option. At this point, one of our mobile devices, specifically the Galaxy A52 as we specified in the robot TOML file, physically located in our office, begins with execution. We can monitor its progress remotely using the STF tool. Note that execution against the mobile farm typically takes a bit longer. And now the execution is over. We can see the robot log file again, and we can see that both tests are again passed. We are slowly coming to the end of today's talk. Let's summarize the key components we covered. Set library search order. This keyword acts as the orchestrator of our workflow. Project structure. We focused on the web and mobile resources, which share the same keyword names. This shared layer creates a common foundation for both technologies, helping to minimize code duplications. Configuration file. Critical variable settings are stored in the RoboSTOML file, with the most important variable being technology, which determines the execution flow. We generally prefer this approach if we automate parts of an application that are similar across both platforms. These are often critical areas of the application where it's really important to assure quality across various device types. In Česká spořitelna, we use this approach, for example, to go through detailed multi-step mortgage application workflow or for a long questionnaire related to investment advisory. And this is the final slide of my presentation. Once again, thank you very much for your time and your attention. Feel free to contact me for some follow-up on that email provided on that slide. And I'm really looking forward to answering your question.
All right, another great session. Get your questions in now. All right, Michael, we're about to go live. I see you in the green room. Let's do it. Hey, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello from Czech Republic.
Awesome. Great to have you. Thanks so much for your session. What? I have to change the lower third. I apologize. Had all this time to prepare and botched the lower third. All right, cool. So let's get to the questions.
Yes.
Tato wants to know, because browser and Appium libraries are based on different underlying technologies, how hard was it to build unifying keywords on top of those different libraries?
Well, I think I can mention that we were dealing mainly with two issues. The first one was about parameters and arguments in keywords, as I mentioned also in the presentation. So we had to focus on the thing that number of parameters should have been the same for mobile part and also for the web part. Yeah, so it means that when we had a keyword in mobile resource, we had to keep the same number of parameters for the web resource. Yeah, because if you call this keyword from the test, it must contain the same number of parameters, yeah, if you understand. So this was the first one, and also we were. I think we are also dealing with that the same. We had to keep the same name, yeah, in the mobile part and web and the web part. And but yeah, as you said, it was a little bit challenging, but yeah, I think we made it well and it's working, so it's okay, I hope.
Absolutely. Great answer. So wants to know about maintenance. How do you handle maintenance? Is it something was changed on a website and not on the mobile?
Yeah, I have to say that with this solution, we are mainly focusing on applications with really similar workflow. It means that we are trying to use this solution on, for example, on some application for mortgage, as I mentioned in the presentation, and so we try to use it when there are really similar parts of this application. And it's mainly because the maintenance, as you asked, because if we will try to use it on some more difficult, more complex application, it could be there could be some issues related with this, with the maintenance and with the parts that could be often changed, and so this solution is we prefer to use in some simpler cases.
Why did you use the lib order to decide mobile web and don't import only the lib that is needed?
Yeah, I think this question was a little bit answered during the presentation, because as you could see, there were files which were composed of keywords with the same names. So we had to set the library order before to get the robot framework known that we want to use particular technology. It means in the very beginning of the execution, it decides if it's going by the mobile path or the web path. Yeah, so because of that, there is the keyword set library search order, which is really important for for the whole solution.
Can you have tests that mixes multiple technologies?
Yes, I think that's the main goal of this activity which we made during the last year, because we had to store one set of test cases for mobile technology and also for web technology. So it was the main goal of this project, of this template, to have these technologies in one repository together.
Were there any issues and differences between locators between mobile and web?
Of course, you know that Appium and browser library could use some different types of locators. Me personally, I prefer XPath, which is really typical for Appium library. So in my projects, I'm trying to use XPath if it's possible. But you know that browser library has some special and specific types of locators, which are specific for the browser. So you have to take care about it and think about it, that you can't use these special locators in Appium. So yeah, there are some differences, but I think for me important is to keep it same during the whole project, the same way how to build these locators.
Awesome. Big shout out from Daniel. Thank you for using robot code. That's awesome. It's very excited. How do you? We probably have time for one last question. So, how do you solve keyword names for web and mobile?
Yes, it's again. It was again a little bit answered, I would say. We have the keyword set library search order, which set the way if we go with keywords with the mobile implementation or with keywords with the web implementation. It means it makes the difference between Appium library and browser library, and set in the beginning of the test scenario, and then it's going with this technology.
Awesome. That's all the time we have, but I know hopefully you're going to be in Gathertown. Can you go on the light side for any other questions? Because we have a bunch more that we didn't get to.
Going to be there. Thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you.
And nice to meet you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Great stuff. Thank you again. See you later. Cheers. All right. Great stuff as always. I love this conference. So definitely take advantage of all the attendees as well. And you can do that by having community time. So community time is awesome. It lets you interact in Gathertown, turn on your cameras, turn on your audio, take advantage of this, interact. You never know what kind of connections you make. I know a lot of people from my conference, they tell me that they actually meet people at my event and then they get jobs later on just because of the connection. So I'm sure you could do a lot of that in Gathertown as well. All right, so I'm gonna give you a 60-minute break. Depending on where you are in the world, we're calling it lunch. For me, it's more like breakfast, but we'll be back in 60 minutes. So definitely see you in Gathertown. We'll be back.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand that everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence, scan the QR code, and start your automation journey today.
Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you took advantage of that 60 minutes to have community awesomeness within GatherTown. Yeah, in GatherTown, I highly recommend you get to GatherTown because that's where all the action is happening. Also, we're going to ask speakers after each of their sessions if they're going to be on the light side or dark side. It's right near the Index 9 booth. So if you go to Index 9, you can see there's a dark side and a light side. So the speakers should head there right after their session. And because we have so few amount of time for questions, a lot of times there's extra questions. If you weren't able to get your question answered online, you could always head on over to the speaker's corner, either the light side or the dark side. All right, so this next one should get a lot of questions as well. It's end-to-end testing for processing using Appium Library. Check it out, followed by Lucas. Lucas is ready to go. I see him in the green room, so you definitely want to get your questions in and check out the session, followed by live Q&A.
Hello to all robot framework fans and mobile testing enthusiasts. Welcome to my presentation titled End-to-End Tests of Processes using Appium Library. In this topic, I will strive to share with you insights into implementing end-to-end tests in a corporate environment and configuring a mobile device farm without the use of cloud services. Before diving into the topic, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lukáš Procházka, and I have over 10 years of experience in the field of testing. I work as an automation and performance tester at Česká Spořitelna. Česká Spořitelna is the largest Czech bank and a proud member of the Erste Group. I am a member of the team at the Center of Expertise in Testing. Our team plays a key role in shaping and leading automation across the entire bank, which has many applications, each with its own testing team. Our team ensures consistency, innovation, and high standards in all processes. Consistency is achieved by activities like peer reviews of automation scripts, making sure the other teams are following guidelines and best practices. The team also provides libraries, templates, and expert advice to help other departments. So far, one of the main activities of the team has been preparing proof of concept for web-based tests. In most cases, we used the browser library to implement these solutions. The testers from application teams typically prepare a test scenario for the POC because they have the knowledge and expertise of their projects. Using this approach, we have successfully prepared dozens of projects. Approximately a year ago, a major change occurred. The bank decided to transform the operations of its branches. Instead of traditional laptops, branch staff now use Apple iPads. This shift also brought changes to the service model. Instead of managing all processes themselves, bank employees now act as mentors, guiding clients to handle everyday banking tasks independently using their mobile banking applications. This change introduced new challenges for our automation efforts. With the adoption of iPads, it became necessary to ensure the stability and reliability of applications on the iPadOS platform. This required us to extend our focus from web-based tests to mobile testing as well, creating a new automation framework. For the preparation of the new automation framework and the consistent execution of tests, we needed the necessary hardware infrastructure, which we in the end set up locally. Why did we choose to create our own solution instead of using a commercial one? About 5 years ago, we decided to build our own mobile farm solution. But what was the main reason behind this decision? We work in a corporate environment, and there are many obstacles to integrating a commercial solution. Looking back, I believe our decision was the right one. In our company, we use mobile device management software for securing devices, deployment of applications, various necessary certificates, and other essential components. Honestly, I don't think this would have been feasible with a commercial solution. On the other hand, sometimes MDM support deploys a restriction and suddenly something stops working for us. And that's just one of the problems we constantly face. Mobile farm hardware part. I think our setup doesn't differ much from the schemes you can find online. There's not much you can reinvent here. To work with the Apple platform, you need the right hardware. That's why the heart of our setup is the Apple Mac Mini. The Mac Mini serves as a central hub, managing the connection to mobile devices, which are used for automated and also manual remote testing. Each device is connected via USB to the USB hub. And additionally, our existing mobile testing infrastructure was predominantly designed for Android devices. However, we had fortunately planned for the potential inclusion of Apple mobile devices. So, from hardware perspective, it was simply a matter of connecting them to the existing infrastructure. Moreover, each iPad had to be equipped with an Apple Pencil to facilitate testing of signature functionalities, which are a critical part of our processes. And what does our mobile farm look like? Due to the growing interest in the mobile farm, it needs to be expanded. Currently, we have 3 such farms. These farms contain approximately 30 devices: Android, iOS, and some iPads. A request has been made to move them from cabinets such as these on the picture to something more suitable, like racks. I think it will look much better. Software part. We use GitHub Actions to create a runner with the necessary components, such as Robot Framework and Appium Library. The robot script connects to the Mac Mini Appium server, respectively, through the Appium Device Farm plugin. The Appium Device Farm is a great tool for session handling and opens new possibilities, such as remote manual testing. The Appium server facilitates communication with iOS and Android devices via necessary drivers. What needed to be done before scripting? In corporate environments, testing teams often have a limited scope, focusing solely on their regression tests. Typically, they test only within the boundaries of their application and rarely go beyond. When the idea of creating end-to-end tests was introduced, we faced our first major challenge: where to get the test scenarios. Fortunately, our functional support team responsible for ensuring that tablet applications function correctly, including peripheral testing, had already mapped out several processes and prepared test scenarios for us to script. We had to create several technical testing accounts under which we enrolled the tablets into the MDM system. This ensured the deployment of the correct applications and certificates, making the tablets behave exactly as they would when used by bank staff. Perhaps the biggest hurdle in a corporate environment was identifying and setting up the necessary permission for the test applications themselves. Another significant challenge was managing test data, a trap at every step. Thankfully, the fake library came to the rescue, and using one of the processes, we create data for additional tests. This generated data is stored in MongoDB and is used across most of our end-to-end testing processes. However, we didn't have much experience with testing on the Apple platform. In fact, there weren't many Android projects in the past either, so we welcomed the opportunity to get a more hands-on experience with mobile testing. This shift allowed us to deepen our understanding and refine our processes for both platforms. Additionally, testers had to be equipped with MacBook devices to effectively test and develop automation solutions for the iOS platform. In the end, we also found it effective to develop remotely from the Windows platform using the mobile farm. The Robot Code plugin for VS Code played a key role in this process, especially its debugging capabilities, where we utilized keywords like getSource and capture page screenshot from the Appium library. This approach allowed us to maintain efficiency without requiring all testers to switch to macOS or invest in expensive tablets and Apple Pencils. Let's now have a look at one of the challenges we have faced. Another issue involved Apple Pencils, which are used in processes requiring signature. But how can we elegantly and simply replace physical input with a stylus? After obtaining security exception, we were able to use the flick keyword from the Appium library for input into the signature window. In general, the excellent Appium library provided everything we needed for most of our tests. We opened a few issues on GitHub for some improvements. But a big thank you to the authors of this amazing library. As you might know, Apple frequently releases new versions of iPadOS, and to ensure these updates don't disrupt our processes, we test our applications on beta versions of the system. However, this brings additional challenges, such as the need to update Xcode, the XCUI test driver, or even the macOS on the Mac Mini itself. Keeping everything running smoothly is often quite demanding. At any given moment, we have 3 tablets running different versions of iPadOS, on which we execute the entire test suite. Every 14 days, we decide which iPadOS versions to upgrade to, ensuring our testing infrastructure remains current and functional. We aimed to make the tests as straightforward as possible, with results that are easy to understand even for non-technical stakeholders. Therefore, we prepared a single launch, a GitHub action, and a dashboard displaying the results for all users. Each column represents one tablet or one version of iPadOS respectively. I think the dashboard is really cool and allows access to robot framework steps, including screenshots from failed tests. However, there is still a lot of work to do, and there's definitely room for improvement. For example, better targeting of defects to specific parts of the end-to-end process and improved responsibility assignment for them. On the other hand, with the scripting of end-to-end tests, we have essentially created a series of POC ready to be handed over to other team. In conclusion, I would like to say that even though it was sometimes quite challenging, I have enjoyed it maybe more than traditional web testing. So if you have the opportunity to try mobile testing, don't hesitate to give a shot. And thank you for your attention.
Great stuff, Lucas. All right, get your questions in for Lucas. Lucas, I see you in the green room, about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Lucas, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello, Joe. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here today. Thank you for having me. It's my first time, so be nice for me.
You're going to be great. I could tell already from the session. All right, we've got a bunch of questions. Let's just jump into it and see where we go.
Okay.
This is probably a fairly common question you've been asked. Why did you decide to use physical devices instead of using providers like BrowserStack?
Really good question. But I think I answered in my presentation. There were many obstacles. We work in a corporate, in a bank. So there was a problem with client data, for example, and other problem with MDM. So we needed to enroll our tablets to the MDM because our applications need to be deployed with specific certificates. So I think it wouldn't be feasible with services like RoboStack, etc.
Nice. How do you know what flavors of iOS to test if you're using Android? How do you know what mix to test of what device, what OS combination for your customers?
Can you repeat, please, your question?
Yeah. How do you know what to test? What physical device and what OS for that device to test?
About the iPad OS version, our department decided which version we need to test. So each 14 days, they give us the information about that. And if you mean the test scenarios, it's from our not our department, but from other department which are functional support for end users in our branches. So.
Cool. Can you tell us something about cost effectiveness of having real in-house devices versus renting some service virtualization?
You might know you don't need pay monthly for a service. You can only pay once and use your devices years. So I think it's much cheaper than use services like BrowserStack.
How'd you create those nice dashboards?
From my perspective.
Yeah.
Yes, it's used in Jira in X-ray module, so you can use built-in function like test execution or gadgets or some test overall, etc. So it's really useful for us. And Adam Mikulka said about the connections from the robot and this tool. So we used some library or tool to display the results from the robot framework to X-ray. And this is the way how we use the dashboard. We only displays the informations from the robot.
Nice. So that answers Peter's question as well about dashboards. All right. So do you have fire insurance? I guess Peter wants to know from experience they didn't have a metal rack and old battery caused an issue.
We are terrified from this as well. So this is the main reason why we have to build another solution with metal rack.
Nice. How long do you spend maintaining physical hardware? Do you find yourself working on the lab a lot rather than doing testing or automation?
We built from the scratch, so it's been 5 years. So, but I think we spent on the managing approximately 5 days per month, and it's a lot, I think. But the reason is the versions of everything. You have to manage macOS itself and tablets and Xcode, for example. There are a lot of stuff what you have to manage or upgrade.
Yep, sure. Tyler wants to know how many Mac Minis have you in your farm, and if you have several, how do you choose from which Mac Mini to gets the device?
Right now, we have 3 such a farms, as I mentioned before. There are 3 Macs as well. So, but how to decide from the test perspective which farm have to be used? We use for it MongoDB. There are there are stored information about each device. So this information contains URL of Appium server as well. So you only need to know only the name of the device, such as Samsung S24, and it's just enough for connection or decide to which farm will be chosen for it.
Excellent. Do you experience issues with tests taking a long time on physical device versus an emulator, or with using Appium? A lot of times people say Appium's slow, but I think it's just the way you write it. But I could be wrong.
Actually, we don't use emulators much because we have some restriction in our apps. They don't allow us to run tested application on our test application on the emulator, and it is also resource consuming. So I prefer the physical devices.
How do you manage the scalability aspect when it comes to test on multiple OSs and screen resolutions, et cetera, combinations? We touched on this a little already, but
Yes, multiple device OS. From the perspective for the iPad OS I mentioned before, but we still have to find the way which OS version we needed to be tested. Currently, we don't know the information. We have approximately 30 devices, and we don't know which version on the mobile we needed to test. So we can discuss it in Speaker Corner. We need to think about it.
Sure. All right, probably have time for one last question. Let's go with Chen. You mentioned capturing screenshots of pages. I wonder if you record the videos for the test, especially fail test.
We always capture the screenshot if the test failed. But the record from the video, we don't record the video from the devices. But maybe we will, because we need to capture current scripting or state script for other parties. So maybe we will record this and we show the videos for other stakeholders in our company. It will be maybe more how to say better for understanding for them than robot script. So we will see.
Awesome. Well, Lucas, great job. That's all the time we have. But you did mention you're going to be in Gathertown, so you're going to be on the light side or the dark side.
I am dark man. So
okay, everyone's on the dark side. All right, cool. Thanks again for contributing to RoboCon. Really appreciate it. Really great session.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Have a nice day.
Awesome. Sorry for the little pauses between the applause. I'm trying to help with editing the video after the fact. Anyway, here's our next session, followed by live Q&A. Keep it coming. We have a few more sessions left for this day. So let's end the day strong. This one is, the next session's on Python libcore, I think, with plugins and libtalk documentation. Really cool stuff by Roman. So as you're listening to it, I highly recommend you check it out. And also, once again, go to Gathertown. As you see, Lucas is going to be next to the Index 9 in the dock speaker corner. So head on over there if you weren't able to get your question answered live. All right, here's Roman's session, followed by live Q&A.
Hello everyone, my name is Roman Halliday. I am programming in Python and testing with Robot Framework for many years. My current position is a software engineer at the Czech bank named Česká spořitelna. Since my predecessor Lukáš is from the same bank, I believe there is no need to introduce it once again. In this talk, we will simulate, from my experience, the typical evolution of a tester and his simple library with just a few lines of code that will perform basic tasks. For that, we will follow direction that is in a Robot Framework user guide, especially in section number 4, named Extension Robot Framework. We will heavily use Visual Studio Code in any current version. And we will be using Daniel's extension Robot Code for Robot Framework support in VS Code. And soon enough, we will dive into struggle to manage more and more complex requirements for what the library should do. So, in order to make our complicated library great again, we will try to use the tools that the big guys use. Yes, now I'm talking about you, Tatu, and your Python libcore. So, let's go. So, at first, we will fire up VS Code as our main editor. And let's make sure that you have installed extension Robot Code. It will support our Robot Framework in this editor. You will need some content. Let's create some. Awesome. Now we will create our library. Let's call it just module csv.py. Of course, some .string. We will import a CSV module from Python. We'll define a function that will read CSV file. Documentation. We will open that file in read mode. We will read its contents, turn it as a list. Second function would be write to CSV. Again, parameter will be file and some rows that we will add. Documentation, we will open the file in append mode and we will write a row. And that's it. We have write function, read function, and this is our first simple module. Because this module is in our subfolder RoboCon, we'll need to let Python know where to find it. For that, we'll create robot.toml file. This toml configuration file will contain Python path, and we will add it directly to our subfolder. We can close the file for now, and we will create a Robot Framework test file. In our Robot Framework test file, we will have, of course, settings, some documentation. We will import our library module CSV. We will set up some variables like path to that CSV file. And let's add some test cases. Okay, we can read and we can write a CSV file. Let's try write something to add something to this CSV. This function needs some arguments, like path to the file. That will be our CSV file. Some content that we add as a new role. In this case, it could be author of Python libcore tattoo. And we can read the file back with a read CSV file. And we would have to also add the path to the file. And now we can test it. To verify result of this test, we can simply open the slug file or report file from result folder, or we can verify the content of the file, and tattoo is added. Awesome. This was our basic module. It can open, read, and write to CSV file, and return its content back to Robot Framework for testing. For now, imagine there is no other better CSV library for Robot Framework. And also, let's not focus that much on that specific implementation. It is working. And for time, it was good. But then your colleague comes back to you with some specific CSV file, for example, created in Microsoft Excel. All of a sudden, you have to handle some variants of the file, like, does it have a header? What special character it's using for separation? And what if your colleague would like to specify what line he wants to read? Maybe someone else noticed that when you read or write to that file, you have to open and close it again and again, and that might be very slow. We know that something like one-time, simply written module that would work forever doesn't exist. So we would have to start hacking with it. For example, we would like to add more options. Also, we don't want to repeat ourselves that much. And maybe we want to provide some import arguments that could handle the opening and closing file. And one approach might be that we simply convert it from function-based library to class-based library. Let's do this. In this part, we will add some new parameter to read and also to write CSV function. The parameter would be called delimiter with some default value. We should copy the same parameter to the right CSV file. And as you can already see, we are repeating ourselves. How we can fix that? We can move some definition to a higher level. And if we want some functions to share some data, we can put them to the same class. So instead module, we will define class that would be called module CSV. Every class needs some init method. And what parameter would the init method has? It could be the same as our read CSV functions. It should be file and the new parameter. Let's add some value to the shared self. Self file should be file delimiter would equal to delimiter. What else is similar between read and write? Each of these functions are opening the file and using CSV library. We can also move this part to the higher level. And we will define new variable, self file handler, and it will contain our opening logic of the file. We don't need that part. And because we will share this file handler between reader and writer, you should change the mode to R+ in order to be able to write something to that file. Okay. Self-reader could be CSV reader, but instead of file, we will pass to it our file handler. And because we had reader, we also should have writer. And because we had the self-telemetry defined, we can implement it quite simply. Telemeter equals to and we can, and because we already have the self-delimiter, we could implement it quite simply. And the only thing that this method is missing is documentation. Let's add some. Now we have to make these functions of method of this CSV file. We simply align it under the class. We can do parameters. We can rename open and the reader because it's already here. And all we have to do is implement it here. Now we can modify the write CSV function. The logic should be the same. Instead of file, we'll share it from the self. We don't need delimiter, but we need some data to write. Opening logic and a writer is already defined. So self writer from here should write some data to this row. Now, because we are sharing the same file handler, we have to make sure that we are reading every time from the beginning of the file and that we are writing to the end of the file. To do that, we will add some self file handler seek to beginning of the file. And when we are writing the file, we make sure we are writing to the end. So, and the seek end definition should come from OS import seek end. And just like that, we created new class with init, read method, write method. And because we are opening the file, every time we include this library, we should also provide some way how we can close the file. Let's do that. Method can be called close CSV. And in this, we make sure that we are closing this file. You can also set it to none to completely remove the handler. The last thing that we are missing is proper documentation. So we have close method, write method, read method, and we have the logic of opening the file and setting CSV reader. Last thing that we should do is to change the capital M of this module. We need to do that for a robot code to be able to use this module. And we can already see that we are missing some parameter. And the first parameter that we are missing, packed file. And just like that, You can remove it from here and also completely from here. Last step that you should do is verify that this library is working as expected. As you can see, our test case is passed, and also let me add tattoo for the second time, since it's the second time that we had this test. Perfect. And we are done here. We've done a good job. No more multiple opening and closing of file, no more repetition of code, and clear way how to handle it and other parameters. And for time, it was good. But then your colleague shows up back again, saying, you know, CSV files are great, but you know what is better? Excel sheets. And your library should handle Excel sheets the same way you handle CSV files. So basically, your goal now is to implement a plugin system for your library. One plugin might be for CSV files and another for Excel sheets. They will share the same logic, specifying file on library import. Each format might have its unique options and keep the same library interface for reading and writing. Now it's time to implement it as Python libcore, also using its plugin API. Let's do this. So you want this module CSV to become a plugin for our new library. At first, we will create a new file, and we can call it file library.py. We said we will use Python libcore, but here it's named robot libcore. Don't ask me why. So from robot libcore, we will import dynamic core and also logging parser. We'll need some class. The first class that we create will be called base. Its method init accept file. Second class that we will create, and it will directly inherit from dynamic libcore. Perfect. This library should have one proper.string, and we will also create a method for it init, and this will accept some plugin, some definition that we'll use. Plugin parser will parse the argument plugins. Every keyword that the plugin has, we will put into self, and we will initialize the dynamic core with our new past plugin. And that's it. That's all we need for here. And we should move to module CSV and modify it as a plugin. You'll need to add some imports. So from our file library, we import the base that will be shared the file argument. And from robot API decorator, we will import the keyword. It's important because since we are using Python libcore, every keyword has to be decorated in order to be visible and usable from robot framework. Now some modification. It's no longer class. It will be plugin. The class should not be called module. It should be called plugin as well. And when we use this plugin from our library, we want to properly initialize with super. It's no longer needed the CSV in write, not even in the close. And all this method has to be decorated as keyword. One last thing, this base must be base for this plugin CSV. to inherit from. Perfect. And from module, we create plugin. And the same format could be here also for a new plugin that could be Excel. Of course, we will modify it. Probably then won't be delimiter. There might be something like sheets. And of course, it probably won't be CSV reader, writer, but some module from Python to work with Excel. So for the sake of this demonstration, we can simply replace every CSV with Excel. And we can test it in our robot framework test example. We need some modification here also. It's no longer a module CSV, but it's our library that we call file library. And the first value to accept is the name of the plugin we'll be using. In this case, it will be plugin CSV, and other arguments should be separated with this parameter. And because we replaced module CSV with file library, and in a couple of seconds, robot code reads the definition of file library and accepts this method. And as you can see, it also provides the documentation. So it knows we are working with CSV plugin. Awesome. I guess we are done here. And that's it. Good job, guys. We walked through one lifespan of a library that started just with a couple of functions. We handled transformation to class-based, and in the end, we touched the Python libcore to ease transformation to library that can handle plugins. The library is not done yet. There are many ways how we can improve it. Just wait for that colleague to show up again. But the final result is not that important. The way how we get there is something that might be helpful for you next time when you decide to implement something new in your library. So I hope that you have fun with my video, same as I had while making it. And I'm happy to help you with any questions you might have. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Roman, for that. I see you in the green room. We're about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Roman, welcome to RoboCon.
Hi, Joe. Thank you.
Good to see you again. Quick question. At the end of your session, you said there's lots of room for improvement. Can you give us some examples of where you think there's some improvement that could be done or enhancements?
Like, for example, when we use the new plugin system, we could define a different argument, like more specific. We wouldn't have to split them by the delimiter, but we can use some different method. Also, I believe there should be some testing, some examples, and so on and so on.
Nice. So if someone's listening, probably something they can contribute to, I would assume, some of those things, hopefully. Sure. Let's get some questions. First one is, I like your idea that you can use a plugin API to change how your library works. Where have you used it in real life work?
Well, yes. In our company, we have some library that we are sharing across the teams, and this idea of using plugins is implemented. So hopefully, it will be expanded soon.
Okay. How do you? What do you use to get those code auto suggestions that we're seeing?
I guess it's called Cody AI. It was the cheapest at the time, and it allows me to combine different language models. So I believe it's using O3 at the time.
Oh, cool. How accurate has it been?
Mm, it varies. It depends on the situation. And it was easier this time because I was basically writing the same code again and again. So it learned how I think
Oh, cool.
I want to do. So it's
Oh,
quite
that's
easy
cool.
for them.
Good to know. Can we import file handler to several places, and will it work in case if resource files crash with each other when we use different plugins?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I believe it should be separated. It depends how the robot code handles it and basically how a robot framework handles it. But if it crash in one file, I believe the second file will be working fine. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. What is the next level topics one should focus on and learn more about when moving from first time library creator to expert library creator?
Well, I would say it's lots of tries and errors. The separation of the logic is for me quite important. And also, as the previous question, we should focus on handling the edgy scenarios. For example, when the file is not working correctly, does it stop the test, or do we have some proper catching of errors? I believe that's the way that we should focus on the edge scenarios.
Kevin says, "Thank you. I haven't taken the plunge into dynamic libraries yet." If someone
You're
hasn't taken
welcome.
the plunge, any suggestions?
I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Sorry.
Uh, any suggestions on how to get more into taking the plunge into dynamic libraries, using dynamic libraries or modifying them?
Well, I believe the repository of the RoboDelip core is excellent. It has a lot of examples and lots of testing, so you can learn from that resource. That's the way how I did it.
Smart. Cool. Great presentation. The Selenium library and browser library uses the same system for the plugin API. What other good parts using Python libcore can bring for library developers?
Well, it might be surprising when you begin, but Python libcore is many situation that you would have to do manually. You would have to ping pong lots of inheritance back and forth, and the Python libcore helps you with that. So it's awesome.
And last question so far. Nice showcase. Can the plugin be installed separately with Python libcore from the main module?
Well, I don't see why it couldn't be. It depends how you pack the module once you finish with it. In our use case, we shift the whole package, Python, Robot Framework, all of its libraries. But in your specific case, you can separate them, I believe. No problem.
And those all the questions we have. Before we go, though, any parting words of wisdom you want to leave RoboCon? Any last piece of advice?
Don't worry and try to work with that. It's quite fun, and maybe later you can be in the same place as I'm here.
Love it. Well, thanks again. Really cool concept. Really appreciate you. Hopefully, we'll see you next time again. Thank you, Roman.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, cool. Thank you, everyone, for all your questions. Let's keep it going. 2 more sessions. Is it 2? It's 3 more. Oh, it's 2 more. Are we on a break already? Wow, that's crazy. We're on another break. This one, you're in for a treat because we're going for a special community time. So a lot of times we take surveys and people say, hey, we want more community time when we go to these events. So we're giving you another 60 minutes to interact with one another in GatherTown. So use this to your advantage. Like I said, I heard a lot of good things about people meeting people. And the way you usually meet people is you turn on your cameras, you turn on your mics, you say hello to everyone, you jump in there. because you never know what kind of connections you're going to make. It's just like a real conference on site. You may meet someone and that may turn into a job. It may turn into an opportunity. You may learn something you didn't even know about. So that's why I want to give you 60 awesome minutes of community time right now. So we'll meet back and make sure you take advantage of it. Go to Gather Town right here. A lot of the speakers are there. A lot of the core committers are there. A lot of the foundation members are there. So definitely check it out. Also listen to these breaks. These break videos have little clues in them, so you can win a prize. And definitely check out all our sponsors. Give some love to our Index 9 Platinum, our Gold down below, and also our Silver. And we'll see you here in 60 minutes for community time. Check it out.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully you took advantage of that community time. It's an extra benefit we'd like to give to attendees so that you can really get the most out of the event, make some connections just like you would on an on-site event, and doing everything in GatherTown that you normally would, just interacting with people, turn your camera on and audio, and just get the most out of this awesome event from RoboCon. So thank you all for interacting in GatherTown. All right, so here's our next session on building rflogs.io, indie development in the AI era by Miko. Don't want to miss it. Listen up. And as you're listening, I highly recommend you get your questions in. So when we get live, all the questions are queued up and ready to go. So here's the session followed by live Q&A.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Mikko Korpela, and I'm going to give you a presentation about building rflogs.io, an indie development in the era of AI. I did this little software service last September while I was on parental leave. I'll show you that. So rflogs.io is this little service which one might use using their GitHub account. So the basic problem that I was trying to solve is how do you get your logs to shareable format? So Robot Framework itself has its logs here. So you can see from here for the Robot Framework browser, it's also showing the passing files which are passing runs. So these are here, and the actual thing that was my interest was how to get the log and report HTML in easy server format into internet, so that your developer friends or test automation friends or colleagues can see them easily, and then you can talk about them and share a link directly to the logs, etc. So these are just like the normal logs, but there's a URL and you can quite easily get there. So Marcus browser library runs test cases through GitHub Actions. So from here, and it's pretty like big matrix of different environments that are run against the test cases. So there's 12 jobs to report then their log files and reports. So now here we get the log and report here, and then you can just like go here and get there. So this requires a sign up when going through. So it's not like public for everybody. It's only for your team. So anyway, like that's the service that I made at that point of time. And it's here if you want to try it out. But like the interesting part that I was more focused on was not actually the service itself, but the fact that now we have these new AI tools, and how does that actually impact my capability of developing new tools and new projects. So what I did was I made actually few scripts to check out what my performance is nowadays when I'm 42 instead of what was I in 2016, 34. So like roughly like almost 10 years ago, what was my performance when I was starting with Puppet tool, because those are publicly recorded in GitHub. And then I tried to compare that to what I did on rflogs.io now in last September, October time. And here's the what the script actually revealed to me. So when Puppet was starting, so I think I started this in 2013 or 14, so a couple of years of work here. It was at that point of time, as now, also like a hobby project, so not so. It wasn't my main job at any point of time. So at that point of time, I had made like 200 commits, about 7,000 lines of code, and 94 active hours there. And now in September, October, when I had some time and worked on the Airflox IO, I had roughly like twice as many commits in this short time interval. A lot of changes to the lines, but nowadays I think that contains also node modules, etc. So might not be a relevant statistic. And active hours is kind of like double amount of time that I had spent doing Babot at that point of time. But I think like the more interesting part was when I have active hours. So when I'm actively developing this service, how much actual impactful changes I am doing. And for better or worse, lines of codes is a metric to use for that. And just like I didn't check this like beforehand, so I feel that this is kind of like gives you some rough estimate of how things are going. So anyway, like 10 years ago, I on average active hour made like 17 lines of code changes, which I think it's not that bad. Like when coding, then you have to iterate a lot, and that's roughly 20 lines of code. Whereas now in last September, October time in 2024, I actually got like almost 10 times more code changes on average on median hour. And this goes like over all these percentiles. So percentile means that on 25% of the active hours, I made at least 50 lines of, or 49.5 lines of changes to code, whereas like beforehand it was like 6. And on the 75% time, so this is like more active or better hours, then I made like a 300, whereas it used to be 40. So overall, it shows that I'm at least in comparing these two projects, nowadays I seem to be a lot faster. Well, of course, like why I did these measures was that I felt also that the new way of working is a lot faster, and I'm actually achieving more. For example, in 2 months time during my spare time, roughly 200 hours of work, I made a fully functional web service for storing those logs and letting those authentication, etc. go through. Yeah, but then later on, I actually got doing this day of Babot, which was like more of a maintenance day for Babot tool. And now when I was doing this presentation, I thought I'll just like run the numbers for that, because it's also like it's actually the same project as Babot. So I made 36 commits during that time. Of course, like these are also containing work from other people, because it's a maintenance release and there were PRs going on. So not all of that is just my work. 720 lines of code changes, which is actually quite a lot. Might be that I ran a formatter there or something. So again, like maybe this total lines is just not good metric at all. 8 hours of active work. And then what did I do? So roughly on average, I made 50 lines of code changes, whereas it used to be 17. So again, like 2 to 3 times more work done per active hour. I think this is consistent. So there's roughly 160 lines where it used to be 40. So that's 4 times more. And even here it's 4. So the numbers are kind of like consistently showing that nowadays when I'm old, well, I will be anyway older whenever after this, but 42-year-old person got done more work than the 34-year-old 10 years ago, or 32-year-old 10 years ago. And that's like interesting. That's an interesting fact from my point of view. Like now we have these cool AI tools, and they are actually based on the numbers from my point of view, showing that at least I can nowadays work a lot faster. And that is what I actually want to share with you. So how to work faster in this AI with AI tools. Yeah. And just to go directly there, I'll share my screen. So just briefly gonna sketch here what I think are the important parts when thinking about AI tools. So AI tools, and especially focusing on developing. So developing is actually, from my point of view, like we have some kind of system we're actually developing, and what the developer does is they make this change to that system, which then results into system after that. So system 2. So system after that. So basically, for example, when I'm developing Babot, this would be Babot before the actual change, and then Babot after the change is here. And when I'm using AI tools, what I actually want to achieve is that this thing here is a lot bigger. We want like massively bigger change to the system. And what the change should look like, let's clean that up. So what the change should actually look like is that it should be bigger, a lot bigger, which means a lot of generated content. In this case, a lot of generated code. So that's the main thing to think about. So if you want to make it faster and bigger, then you have to generate a lot of content. Another thing is that it should be valid. So this means you need to be able to test and validate. 80% of the time it is correct. But then you have the final 20% that is wrong. And like this 80% is a massive number already. So if you get 80% of your work done by an AI tool, then you will become a lot faster at doing whatever you do and accomplish a lot more. And that's cool. Then the 20% is the problematic case. And to do that, we need to be able to test it. Like this is the main point of everything. Like you need to be able to validate whatever is getting generated. All right. Now, on another level, like I already explained, that testing and validating are very, very important parts of getting AI tools working. Another thing, like overall theme is that you need to be able to give it feedback. It's like during generation, you need to be able to direct the AI tool so that it can actually do the work whenever it goes the wrong ways. And then another part of this, and where it all starts actually, is that you need to be able to ask the good questions or define the tasks that you want the AI tool to do. And I think like one major problem for me, and I think that this might be true for most of the people, is that we are kind of lazy, and we kind of like assume that the receiving party understands everything that we do. That's most likely not the case with people, but especially with AI tools also. They don't have all the context unless you actually give them that. So very, very relevant thing is that you always need to give all the context that that the AI tool might need when solving your puzzle. More things that you can do that I think are worth of mentioning. Branching is interesting. In some setups, you might want to, during the discussion, go deeper into a subtopic and then go back. And another thing is that all the language models, they have limited capability of generating and reading text to hand over the remaining part of the task to a new discussion. So this is called copy pasta, which actually comes from the word copy paste. And the problem that I was solving with this one was that I wanted to give the AI tools the capability of giving them multiple files at the same time in their context window, so I can discuss and create changes that involve multiple files. And I have a bunch of stuff here, but let's just use copy pasta to get some idea of this to the prompt. And now I'm making the prompt for the AI tool. Just brief instructions on what to do. So now the prompt that this will generate will be pretty long. It will have all the files. First of all, the confirm and understand the task thing, which I already mentioned here. So you have to validate that you are understood. So that's there. Then I'm always asking first for a plan before actually making any changes. Now, the tool copy pasted that to my clipboard. Then I'll just like paste that there. So I'll analyze the test coverage in this project. Let me break down the existing test and identify potential gaps. And then goes through what kind of test cases do I have, and points out what is missing. But let's pick one. So data migrations, just to show you how this goes. So let's explore what in the tests and so on. So here I could then copy this and try to run it and iterate with the tool on how it would go. But just about the branching. So how would I branch this is for example, this would be some exploration that okay, I would want to know about this data migration stuff, but then again, if I decide later on that I actually want to accessibility testing, edit text, as for accessibility testing, what would be the best test cases and so on, and then you get code generated about that topic instead. Check out how this handover could work. So let's say that for some reason this now seems that okay, we have a lot of text here, and the system is already warning that more text might be consuming all the tokens or something. And what we can do is that this make a handover document. So I can start a new chat with that document as context. Right. So you can pretty like directly say that what you're gonna do. And that's usually the most easiest way to get the system do what you want. Accessibility testing implementation from project context. We are implementing accessibility for our Aeroflux project. Then I can basically just copy this and start a new chat with that and continue from there. So this allows you to then kind of like scrape the history from time to time and get more data out of there. So I think like that kind of like covers briefly on how to use these AI tools in the way that I am using them right now, which has given me, I think, part of this performance boost. So I don't know if it's multiple times the performance that I used to have. I kind of like feel that it gives that, but I've also measured that. I hope you enjoyed this and see you soon. Bye bye.
All right, awesome stuff. I love real world examples. So, Miko, we're about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Miko, welcome to RoboCon.
Thank you, Joe.
Really great. So what I love about this session is a lot of times when you see AI, it's always about how it's going to replace you, but this looked like it actually assisted you. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think like there must be a person running these systems as long as they are like somewhat reliable. So there's always a role for the user or driver in that sense.
Cool. Yeah. We've got a bunch of questions in. Let's get to them. The first one is, which AI tools did you use? I saw Claude, but I don't know if there's anything else you were using.
Mostly I use Claude. Nowadays it's 3.7, but then also OpenAI tools. Nowadays O3 Mini is in use from time to time. But yeah, I think Claude is currently like leading the backpack. So that's one that I use.
Awesome. So it said parental leave. You had time for this? Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, kind of had.
Do I need some subscription for publishing reports? Which are they? Where are they served?
Okay. The actual service, Airflox, is in currently located in the Amazon cloud. I think based on Frankfurt premises, and yeah, it's a subscription service if you want to use it.
Can we compare the ease of using RFlogs with the lore reports?
Well, you can, but
Go for
I
it.
don't know. Yeah.
What is the state?
I'm interested in that.
Yeah, if you could do it, put it in the comments in Slack. We'd love to know. What is the state of RFlogs? Is it now fully open source? I saw RFlog server, AGPL, and RFlogs Apache 2.0.
Yeah, so there's like I started an attempt to extracting the server as a standalone component that you can serve for yourself also or your organization. So that's the state. So there's a component that is open source for that reason. That also, but the service is running also in the Amazon cloud. It's a separate one.
How do you ensure that the AI will not add calls from libraries with critical vulnerabilities?
Well, usually in my case, the dependencies are well defined. So I'll just check. Similar to like working with real people.
Right, that's true. Right. Is it needed to train the AI to use RF, or did it work out of the gate? So did you have to train Claude or ChatGPT, or does it already know? Is it trained on a robot framework syntax?
Well, the newer syntax used to be harder previously. It depends on the models, but most of the models actually work pretty well with robot framework. But yeah, like I haven't needed to train any AI models for specific for RF.
So we go. Are you going to be in Gather? A bunch of people asking, how come you're
Yeah.
not in Gather? I know you're busy, but
Well, I was looking for the button how to join there.
Yep.
And I've now discovered where it is, so I will be there.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it. Can we integrate this with GitLab? I think I missed that, Nico. I don't know if you got
Sorry.
cut off.
Yeah. Can you repeat?
Yeah. Can we integrate this with GitLab?
Yeah, I think so. Like it's just a SaaS service. Most of the integrations right now that I've done with the component are with GitHub, but they are repeatable for GitLab.
And when you start to write a new feature, how do you start to use the AI tool? What questions do you ask? Where do you start build architecture? Do you incrementally form basic architecture to complicated architecture?
I usually work with like giving the task that I get to the AI tool, and if there's need, if it doesn't actually give me the right answer, then I'll split that to multiple different smaller tasks. So that's my approach. If there's some specific architectural design guidelines that I want to give it, then I'll also pass those in the prompts.
Yeah, I also was going to ask, how do you get the best results out of the Gen AI? Any prompt secrets or anything, or is it just playing around with it, getting response and interacting with that?
Well, it depends on the situation, but for harder problems, I sometimes even use two different AI tools at the same time. So I'll post the same question to ChatGPT and to Claude and see the responses, and even sometimes mix and match those.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I should try Perplexity. I think it pulls from multiple sources to see
Oh, okay,
what it
cool.
does. Very nice. All right, so Miko, thank you so much. This is really awesome, like really world example, which I love, and a lot of love here. So thank you so much for contributing. And we Gather Town, you're gonna be the light side or dark side to take more questions.
I don't know what those are. I haven't yet pushed the button, but I'll go to the dark side, for example.
All right. So where you go in there, you'll
Or-
see the Index 9 sponsor booth, and to the left of it is the dark side. To the right of it's the light side. It's just the speaker
Okay.
area. So we'll see you in the. Would you say the dark side?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thank you again, Miko. Appreciate it. Great
Thank
stuff.
you.
Awesome. All right. And as I mentioned, I don't know if you could see this over here, but it's kind of small, but it is what it is. And my mouse isn't working right. But anyway, when you go to Gather Town, you'll see the Index 9, and you'll see the dark side to the left of it, and you'll see the light side to the right of it. So go there, the speaker will be there, and you can ask some more questions. I think it's a really relevant topic on AI, so definitely a good time to pick someone's brain that's actually done this. Right? I think you're going to see more of it. So awesome stuff. All right. All right. And our last session of today is from Frank, and it's all about mastering integration, regaining control with stubs and robot framework. This is a really well done recording as well. I think you're really going to enjoy it. So get your questions in as you listen in, and we'll see you to wrap up the day. Keep your questions in. Let's end the day strong. Thank you all for all your awesome engagements and all your questions and interacting in Gather Town. Really appreciate it. Here's Frank's session, followed by live Q&A.
Hello everyone. If you've been anticipating this presentation as much as I have, it might be because you've been facing challenges with external integrations impacting the product you need to test. Or maybe you're just eager to learn another cool feature of Robot Framework. Whatever your reason, I'm thrilled to have you here. I'm Frank van der Keur and I'm a test consultant at BQA and a trainer at BQA Academy. In the next 20 minutes, I will explain how you can use stubs directly managed from Robot Framework. This can help you regain control over those integrations affecting your system under test. So, let's dive in. Once upon a time, my team and I were working on a simple website. At least we thought it was simple. We understood and developed the features for our little masterpiece, or our precious, how we like to call it. However, there were some external factors that made things a whole lot tougher for us. Another team was working on a reservation system that we needed to connect to using an API. Then we had the financial team and their systems to connect with. They weren't too concerned about what we needed as long as we provided them what they required. And let's not forget the connection with our payment provider, crucial to our project, yet their systems were, shall we say, somewhat unstable? All these connections are crucial for our now not so simple website, and they really affect the testing process too. First of all, I need to manage the availability and consistency of data across different systems. I need basic information in the reservation system and the same data in the financial system. The catch is I can't put it in myself, and the team who can are always short on time. Every now and then they even clear their database. The joys of being a test engineer. And about that payment provider I mentioned earlier, they're releasing a new version in a month, but they don't have a testing environment available yet. So the big question remains, how am I supposed to test all that stuff? All that is just for the happy flows. But what about the errors? Setting up all the edge cases in the reservation system can take ages, and for some scenarios, I can't even create the data at all. We all know APIs can break from time to time, and our website needs to handle those errors gracefully. What happens if the service is unavailable? What if authorization fails? What if the financial team really messes up and responds with an internal server error? And then there's that issue of slow systems. Our website can handle a 5-second delay, but after that you get an error, or at least that's the plan. But of course I need to test it. Okay, so that's the data, but once I've set up the data, it's time to start validating. If I can somehow manage all those previous request and response issues, I should be in a good shape for the testing of the website itself. However, I still need to ensure that integration to external services work as intended. It's crucial to verify that our calls are made correctly and at the right time. And although I can't directly access their system to verify it, we did agree on what a request should look like. So ensuring accuracy on those requests should be feasible. My final challenge is that some of my automated tests require a dynamic response. For example, when I run a test, the first call should return a response A, but the second call should yield a different response. And for the next test, it should start again with response A. Now I'm overwhelmed. I spend too much time setting up data and pulling tricks to get things done, and just when it seems to work, something changes and the whole process starts all over again. We're unable to properly test our features, putting our releases in jeopardy. As a test engineer during last year's RoboCon, Liviu Avram taught me an invaluable lesson.
We know that automation should be fun. It should make life easy for us and harder for the developers.
Right. Now it's not fun, it's really tough on me, and the developers might as well wait until next Christmas for the feedback they need. I wouldn't call that making their life harder. So, I made a list of my biggest issues in this situation. First, there are all those dependencies on external APIs. Managing the data takes forever and my tests frequently fail or can't even start because a service is unavailable. Creating negative and error scenarios is incredibly challenging, if not impossible at all, especially when I need to automate them. Even if I manage to set up the test data, it's often invalid after one use, or I can't control the data on the fly. Moreover, I find it difficult to easily validate my calls both in terms of service usage and request body without diving into the logs, which half of the time don't even work effectively. With these issues in mind, I sat down and devised a plan. First, I decided to use stubs to decouple from the services complicating my life. This approach would give me full control over data, responses, errors, and more. While doing this, I thought, why not use the Mux logs for validating our API calls as well? And I need the flexibility to change the data whenever necessary during testing. Managing this directly from Robot Framework would be ideal. It allows me to adjust data in real time without needing a developer to create the stuff for me. Sounds like a solid plan, right? Now, all that was missing was the solution itself. Before the age of the all-knowing AI, we had search engines, so I put them to work. And soon enough, I found a promising little framework called MuxServer. MuxServer is a small framework that can act as a test double for my calls. It's straightforward to set up and I can easily manage it through its API. So I got started. I set up a MuxServer instance using Docker, and while there are many configuration options, to get started, the basic setup worked fine for me. Next, I connected our website to my Make My Life Easy Again solution. The beauty of using stubs is that you only need to change the service endpoint to your MuxServer instance. No program-level changes are needed. However, it's essential to set up expectations in MuxServer to determine which request to handle and how. An expectation contains two crucial parts, the request matcher and the response. The request matcher checks for a defined response to a specific request by evaluating several options. When a request matches the criteria, it returns the corresponding response. So, what can we configure for the request matcher? First, we can match based on method, choosing whether the call should be a get, post, or put, for example. Another common option is the path match, which allows handling specific endpoints. It's good practice to make a request matcher as explicit as possible to avoid interference with other tests. In this example, we use the query or path parameter option to respond only if the location equals 3. Making a request specific can also involve including the body in your match. This is particularly useful if you want to validate outgoing requests, but we'll get to that later. You can combine these options to make your expectations explicit, preventing unexpected responses from match expectations you didn't anticipate. This is important as the number of expectations can grow over time. There are even more possibilities for setting up request matches, but I won't cover them now. Now that we know how to set up a request matcher, it's time to prepare for the response. After all, that's the main reason for this endeavor. This is where you instruct Mux Server on what response to return when a request matches a specific expectation. For example, if you want to return a basic valid response, you might choose to return a response with a status code 200 and a JSON body containing a name and an age. Mux Server also handles error messages or invalid responses in the same way. For example, let's say you set up an expectation that tests how your website manages authorization errors. With Mux Server, you can create an expectation using the same credentials as before, but for this specific request, we treat it as forbidden. In this case, you would return a 403 forbidden status code with a message, "You shall not pass." It's almost like becoming Gandalf the Grey. There are many options for preparing responses, but you get the general idea. In some cases, you don't want Mux Server to handle a request. Then you prefer the actual integrated system to manage the call. This is useful for specific end-to-end tests that involve real system integration. Another scenario might be stopping particular calls while letting others use the actual service. Our website can only be set to one endpoint, so everything was either routed to the actual system or sent to Mux Server. Thankfully, Mux Service's forward option solves this. The calls received by Mux Server but forwarded to the actual system, resolving this issue. It's fantastic that Mux Server can handle all these features, but my goal was to manage my stops directly from the Robot framework. That's what really excited me about Mux Server. There was already a Robot framework library available created by some wonderful people, allowing me to manage my expectations directly from my script. I'll demonstrate this shortly. However, before we got too excited, I noticed that the library hadn't been maintained for a couple of years. Since then, Mux Server itself had added numerous new options that I wanted to leverage. I tried reaching out to the original authors, as I believe that's always a good first step, but unfortunately I had no luck. However, I had a solid starting point, so I decided to fork the library and introduce my new updates. By forking and updating to my now new Robot Framework Mux Server library, I was able to add the new features I needed. Although I still have a long list of improvements and technical debt to address, these updates now allow me to manage expectations just the way I want. As a side note, make sure to use the correct library if you plan to utilize this solution for yourself. It's available on PyPy, so you'll be set up in no time. Alright, that's expectation management sorted. Now let's move on to verification, another key item on my list. The great thing about Mux Server is that it logs all requests, which allows me to verify several things, such as did a call came in, or at what point during the testing process did this occur. And additionally, with a little trick, I can also check whether the request itself was correct. Now, here's a quick overview of what my test run typically looks like. As part of the test setup or a specific test case, I set up the necessary expectations. Then I run the test case. If needed, I can use the same calls for managing expectations to update them during various steps in the testing process, ensuring responses are always tailored to my needs. I validate extensively within the website itself, but when required, I use the verify option to ensure requests to the Mux server are accurate. And after testing, I clean up my expectations during the teardown, keeping Mux server clean and tidy to avoid interference with following tests. So up until now, there's been a lot of talking, so let's dive into some examples of how it actually works. First, let me introduce you to Ace Pedal, the playground I use for the demo. In this website, I can book a pedal court to enjoy some fun with my friends and get some well-needed training in at the same time. Let's start with a simple example. I want to book a court. Since the system only displays the schedule 3 months in advance, I need to keep this date flexible. So I'll set up a response that provides a specific number of options for tomorrow. For this demo, I've tried to keep my test cases straightforward. It is just the several steps I take along the way. To enable myself to manage my time slots expectations, I've created a keyword. There are several ways to manage your request and your response bodies. You can use a dictionary variable, for example, but I always like to use a JSON template with tags in it, which I can later replace for the values I want in my specific request or response body. I can now change the date, duration, and location just by replacing the strings. For the time slots body, I've created another keyword. I understand this could look a bit complicated, but basically all this does is create an object with time slots and say whether or not that slot is available. Now let's take a look at the request matcher. For this expectation, I use a combination of 3 matches. First, the method needs to be get. The path needs to be for the time slot endpoint, and I use 3 different query parameters being date, duration, and location. And then for the response, the status code I need to be 200, the body we already discussed, and the headers are just a few default headers. And lastly, I create the actual expectation. Here I combine the request matcher and the response, and I make sure I can identify this expectation using an ID. Now let's take a look at the test itself. Prior to opening the website, the mock and expectation is created. I log in, select the location, and then select tomorrow, and I see the 4 o'clock time slot is available. So my test passes. Now let's make it a bit more challenging. What if a slot is booked while I'm browsing the dates? This means that if I perform the same call a second time, the slot should be disabled. For this scenario, I need to update the stop during the test. Now the key difference in this demo is that I need to change my expectations during the test run itself. Again, I will start with opening the website, logging in, and opening the location. Then I will open tomorrow. Then I will open 2 days ahead, and that is the point where I need to change my expectation. And that is what I'm doing here. Now I update the available time slots to only have 10 and 11 o'clock available. Now let's see if this actually works. I log in and open a location and select tomorrow. Now the 4 o'clock time slot is available. 2 days ahead and back, and now the 4 o'clock time slot is not available. Although I could easily set up this in the default request matcher for all dates, let's assume I don't want to manage time slots for dates not included in my tests. Instead, in those cases, I want to use data from the actual system. For this, I need to forward those requests, which, as explained earlier, is absolutely possible. Now, this scenario is almost exactly the same as the previous one. The only difference is that I will now only set up an expectation for tomorrow, and for 2 days ahead or 3 days ahead, I will forward all those requests to the actual system. I first start with the request matcher. The path is still time slots, but now with a /*, meaning it will respond to any time slot call, except for those situations where I set up specific expectations. Then I set up the forward response itself. There are quite a few different ways to set up those forwards, so it could be that you need to fiddle around with it a little bit. And then, much like a normal expectation, I now create an expectation with a forward. For the test itself, I reused most of the previous test. The difference is that the actual system will provide us with more time slots. Let's see what it does. After logging in and selecting the location, you will see that tomorrow only contains hourly time slots. The day after tomorrow also contains half-hour time slots, and those are coming from the backend. So, the forward works. Now let's have some fun with responses. Given that the playground is set to contain a bug, it would be interesting to trigger that scenario. Time slot retrieval should happen within 3 seconds. Otherwise, an error message should appear, something like, "Sorry, we cannot connect to the reservation system at this time." To test this, I need to delay the response for at least 3 seconds, and yes, I can do that. To test this situation, I need to utilize the delay option of mock server. I've already set up the time slot response manager to handle those delays. For this test case, I've set up the expectation to delay its response with 10 seconds. That will give the system enough time to respond with the expected error. Now, we know there is an error in this website, So let's see if we can trigger it. So I open the location and then select tomorrow. Now the expectation will take 10 seconds, but we are only waiting for 3. After those 3 seconds, we didn't get the expected exception, and therefore this test case fails. Let's move on to adding some validations. Firstly, I want to ensure that time slots for a specific date are retrieved every time I select that date. This ensures that bookings from other people are directly visible to me. To accomplish this, I need to place my validations correctly in my test script. Let's see how we can do this. This test case looks a lot like the second test case, where we checked whether the data was updated when I switched between dates. The big difference is that I now do actual verifications whether a specific expectation is being called and how many times. To verify, I must identify the given expectation. That is why I always like to give them their own ID. I can use the keyword verify mock expectation by ID to verify if my expectation is being called the correct number of times. Now all I have to do is place that verification at the correct point in my test script. The first time I want to perform this check is right after the first time I've selected tomorrow. At this point, I expect the number of calls to be 1. Then I select the day after tomorrow, and then I select tomorrow again. Then I verify if the amount of calls to my expectation is equal to 2. Now let's see if this works. So I open tomorrow and expect it to be called 1 time, then the day after tomorrow, and then tomorrow again, and now I expect it to be called 2 times. As expected, the test passes, but now let's make it fail. Let's say for the second time we expect the number of calls to be equal to 3. If I now run the test again, what you now see is when I'm first opening tomorrow, everything will be fine, but the second time I open tomorrow, the test fails, and telling me that the request was not found exactly 3 times. Now it's finally time to make a booking. I want to verify that the body we sent to the external reservation system is accurate. I'll achieve this by setting up a specific expectation and then validating that this expectation is used. For this test case, I will set up my time slot endpoint to have a slot available for 4 o'clock tomorrow, because that's the time slot I want to book. I'll also forward all booking calls that I don't want to verify, just to get them out of my way. The magic happens in this expectation. In this case, I set up the request matcher to match the exact body of the call I need to perform to put in a valid booking. I retrieve the original request and response body and put it into a JSON template. Note that this time, I also explicitly define the body of the request rather than only the response. To finish it up, in the test case itself, I set the arguments to my desired values. The key here is that you want to set up the request matcher, including the body, in such a way that you can verify if the request was correct. After that, it's just a matter of running the test. As a last step, I verify my expectation is called exactly once, and that tells me that my expectation is called and the request was valid. That's it for the demo. I hope it inspires you to see how stubs can help you regain control of your integrated landscape. But before I wrap up, here are a few important tips to enhance your experience using stubs. First of all, clean your mock server, the most crucial point. Clean up expectations once testing is complete to prevent interference with other tests. Create just-in-time explicit expectations. Set up your expectations as part of your test setup using explicit request matches, avoiding using wildcards. Also, establish default responses for your services, especially when you lack a dedicated testing environment for test automation purposes. This helps ensure manual testing can continue smoothly even if the data isn't available 90% of the time. If possible, you should only change the API endpoint of your software, possibly adding or modifying a security policy here and there if your mock server isn't in a trusted zone. But avoid unnecessary changes that could affect test reliability. And keep your stubs up to date. Ensure your stubs always align with the actual API specifications. As APIs evolve, so should your stubs. And lastly, do test the integration at some point. Include tests with actual integrations in place. You can either use the forwarding option or have a dedicated environment for end-to-end tests in place. And that's it. I hope I've provided valuable insights on how Stubs can make your test automation experience enjoyable again and help you regain control. Let's quickly recap the key points. Stubs offer more control. They give you enhanced control over data, error responses, negative scenarios, and validations. Using Mock Server Library, you can manage and use Mock Server directly from your robot framework test scripts. And Stubs can play a significant role at various levels of your testing strategy. However, it's crucial to test the actual integration at some point during your testing process. Now, thank you for joining me here today, and I wish you happy testing!
Awesome stuff, Frank. Thank you so much. All right, we've got a bunch of questions queued up, ready to go. Let's do it, Frank. Hey, Frank, welcome to RoboCon.
Hey, Joe. So good to be here.
Great stuff. Love the session. Bunch of questions. You may have answered some of these already, but just in case, let's get to them.
Great.
The first one is, how do you set up the application under test to use mock servers? Some apps handle the requests in the back end. On the server side, the mock server should be set up in the app so that all requests will be redirected to the mock server.
Yeah. So it depends a little bit on how your application is working, but in most cases, you will be able to change the endpoint that you actually use to go to the APIs. So, and that's basically what you're doing. So mock server is intended to replace the actual APIs you're using.
Excellent.
So as long as you're able to change the endpoint of that API, you should be good.
Perfect. Okay. Do you have any recommendations for alternatives to mock servers regarding other protocols like HTTP, HTTPS, for example, gRPC, or less web-based protocols, ZMQ, etc.?
Yeah, well, as far as I know, mock server is primarily intended for the HTTP and HTTPS protocols. To be honest, I don't have any experience with gRPC or the other ones, so everything I say is just guessing it there.
Gotcha. What was the reason for choosing mock server? It's an abandoned project that hasn't taken any updates in 2 years, with 116 open pull requests that has some known security vulnerabilities.
Well, to be honest, as far as I know, but I could be in the wrong here because I've been using it for more than 2 years. But the mock server framework itself is still used. The mock server library isn't updated. That's correct. But like I said, could be that mock server itself isn't updated. But as far as I know, it still is. But I could be in the wrong there.
Hey, it still works. So, next question is: you can also use Faker with setting dates in the past or in the future.
Yeah, correct. So for the demo purposes, I use this situation, but it's just I try to come up with demo situations which were, well, let's say easy to understand rather than find the perfect situations.
All right, so this is more of a statement than a question. You can also use Wireshark as an alternative to mock server.
WireMock, yeah, you can.
WireMock, sorry.
Yeah, well, yes, you can. I couldn't find at that point when I was looking for it. I couldn't find a robot framework library for it. I could find a mock server library, so that's why I was using that. I do intend to completely overhaul the library at some point in time, but well, yeah, the time thingy is there again. But it might as well be that I switch from mock server to WireMock or whatever, because basically the main reason for creating the mock server library is that I wanted to maintain and update my mocks directly from the robot framework script. And the framework that's behind it, well, to me, it doesn't really matter which framework it is.
Awesome. How do you manage API changes? Have you noticed them as soon as possible, or how do you handle the needed modifications to number of expectation files?
Well, first of all, how do you manage the API changes? I don't really think the question is this, but first of all, make sure you keep yourself updated on the API changes, whether it's an internal or an external API. That's really important. And so, yeah, depending on which API it is, you can just register and make sure you get those updates. And how do you manage them? Well, that's why I created those keywords. So I always try to create keywords that update or handle the creation of the endpoint of the stuff. And well, as soon as it changes, it's just that I need to change that keyword and maybe the underlying JSON template. So, but that is a good question. Try to keep it contained to a small part of your code, and don't start creating the keyword over and over and over again for each expectation you need.
Absolutely. Seems to me the mock is really wired into the test. Do you consider have there somewhat switch on off to mock to test it directly to a real server?
Well, the reason why I set this up is that I want it to be wired to the test, because in that situation, I always make sure that my test data is 100% aligned with my test case. In the situations where I want to connect to the actual system, I can just use that forward option. So the test system is still going through the mock, but the mock will forward it to the actual system. So in that way, you can just play around with, do we want the mock situation or do we want the actual situation without changing the configuration?
Awesome. So Frank, those are all the questions we have, and just in time. We're 2 minutes past, but thank you so much for this awesome session, for interacting with us. Are you going to be in GatherTown? And if so, I assume you'll be on the light side because someone else was on the
Yep,
dark
yeah, I
side,
don't
right?
have a choice. Miko
Right.
is picking the dark side, so I need to go on the light side today, but that's perfectly fine.
Awesome. Thanks again, Frank, and I'll see you in
Yeah,
GatherTown. Thank you. Cheers.
thank you all.
All right. Awesome stuff. So as I mentioned, GatherTown is the place to be now. If you haven't joined yet, I highly recommend you do. Um, Renee says Bear is happening. He's going to meet us in Bear at 1:15. So definitely heading over to GatherTown. If you don't know how to get to Bear, you take the shuttles and it takes you down this awesome uh, experience. If you haven't done it before, you definitely want to check it out in GatherTown. So awesome stuff, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this day. I don't know if this is day one or day two or what to call it. So I usually call it day one, but I know we had some trainings yesterday. So it's probably day two officially. But thank you so much for joining us, and make sure to unwind the day listening to all the talks. Definitely join us in GatherTown where we hang out. Let's play some games down here, and you could join in the conversation as well. And don't forget to grab some drinks and snacks. So if you haven't, like I said, had the GatherTown after a day session, you definitely want to check it out. All right, so I want to thank everyone for joining us today, and make sure to join GatherTown once again. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. We have an awesome lineup tomorrow as well. We have over 10 sessions back to back of Robot Framework awesomeness. And also today, huge shout out to all our awesome sponsors. So thank you, Index 9. Thank you, all our gold sponsors, and thank you, our silver sponsors. And once again, a big thank you to the RoboCon team for organizing today. And also, once again, for giving me the honor of hosting RoboCon 25. All right, so let's keep the conversation going in GatherTown. I'll keep the stream open for a little bit more, just to make sure I don't have any complaints or I have to jump back on. But I think I could fade to black pretty confidently. And we'll see you here all again tomorrow. All right. Thanks, everyone. Cheers.